That's the truth. Probably sleep better. You cut back a lot? I only have 1 cup of coffee a day these days. Like, I used to have multiple cups of coffee a day. Multiple cups of coffee a day. I used to basically just, like, start drinking coffee at, like, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't finish drinking coffee until, like, 9 o'clock at night. But you're back to drinking soda? In the summer, I drink a lot of sugar-free energy drinks. You heard you live longer if you drink coffee, source your mom? Not to get grim, is your mom still around? Because if so, then she must be right. Because if she's not dead yet, she's not wrong yet. It's kind of a dark way to look at it, but, you know. Luckily, she's still alive. There you go. Vaxafet, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back. Supposedly caffeine wards off Alzheimer's. Is that real or is that just like an urban legend? Or is this a correlation, not a causation, just a correlation thing? But it was essentially a 3-cup mug, and 2 of those cups were essentially espresso. How can you be essentially espresso? Did you just like super duper duper overground your beans, or did you use like a Keurig? You'll let me know once I get all... Yeah, I'll let you know once I'm dead if coffee made me live longer. Didn't one of the oldest people alive say that a glass of wine a day and cigarettes was the cause of her long life? I mean, I'm not sure about that, but I know that there was that cat that lived to 36 years, and its diet consisted of turkey dinner, literally, and a eyedropper of wine and an eyedropper of coffee. So her name was like Cream Puff, I think. There's a Wikipedia page about this cat. And the kind of crazy owner that built his entire house into like a cat terrarium or something. Was an autoimmune disease? If the immune system is eating the brain? Oh, that's terrifying. Ugh. That's like a horror movie in and of itself. That is the cat you would find in Legends. I mean, hold on. Let me find Cream Puff. Longest lived cat. Man, fuck off, Google. Does anybody have a Google, like an extension for your web browser that makes Google Gemini just cease existing? Okay, so Cream Puff lived from 1967 to August 6, 2005. Mixed Tabby Cat lived to 38 years old, was in Austin, Texas. The longest lived certified cat by Guinness World Longest lived cat certified by Guinness World Records. Owned by somebody named Jake Perry. He claims he supplemented... okay, so her diet consisted of dry cat food and claimed he supplemented it with broccoli, eggs, turkey, bacon, coffee with cream, and every 2 days an eyedropper full of wine. Perry claimed that this diet was the key to her longevity and that the wine circulated the arteries. Yeah. Perry turned his garage into a movie theater that played nature documentaries, and he installed steps onto his walls for the cats to climb and built a screened enclosure in his backyards to allow the pets to enjoy the outdoors. Apparently there is a documentary about Jake Perry and his cats. The crazy cat man. So coffee and wine it is there. Not just coffee and wine. You also need dry cat food, broccoli, eggs, turkey, bacon, and cream. That's my me diet forever now. Turkey, bacon, eggs, broccoli, We'll just say crackers because that's dry and food, and I don't want to eat cat food. It was turkey bacon, not turkey and bacon. Turkey bacon. I think I misread it the first time, or my punctuation was bad. I mean, most cats are just stoned stupid most of the time on catnip. At least my neighbor's cats are. The cats in my area are. That's maybe the better way to put that. Now just to add the rest. I mean, gotta start somewhere, right? And then loses interest? Ah, so you're like my ex then. Or your cat's like my ex. Smokes weed for like 1 or 2 sessions and then goes, nah, I'm good. Forever. My old neighbor put a sprinkling of gunpowder on her oatmeal every morning since she was 7 or 8 and lived to be over 100. I have a lot of questions. Ice Blue? Like a lot of questions. But I don't even know where to start. Like, why does... Why... Like, I think chat kind of agrees, right? My dad's birthday is also 420, which is really funny because he completely rejects weed as a substance and thinks that everybody who does it is, like... My dad has, like, accidentally very heavily insulted me a few times, and my intelligence because I smoke weed, because he forgets that I smoke weed. And then every now and again, he'll just be like, anybody who does that's gonna die young and is a fucking moron or something. I'm like, Dad! Like, you're not wrong, but Dad, come on, you don't need to say it. Sheesh. I like my dad, but geez, dude, come on. You gotta be at least half as tactful as me. Sometimes. And I'm not that tactful of a person all the time. What's up, Papa Sweet Tian? That's a lot of kids. You know, I feel like for some people, Ice Blue, having a very large family like that is, like, comforting. But the idea of having 36 great grandkids just seems exhausting. I don't know, man. I do like the joke of the 30-foot crater at the crematorium. Like, just exploded upon being cremated. Cannabis also makes easy things difficult, and I enjoy playing on hard mode. What, like, getting up and, like, putting the dishes away? Or, like, putting my laundry away? I find it makes that stuff easy. Like, an old friend of mine, Tamorag, here on Twitch, he doesn't stream very often these days. I think he streamed once last year. So he's now a rare sight to behold when he pops up. But he was once talking about, like, cleaning his house. Or cleaning his apartment, right? And he's just like, man, I have a hard time, like, keeping up with my own mess. Like, you know, I like weekly vacuuming, changing sheets, doing laundry, that sort of stuff, dishes. He's like, as a single person, it's difficult for me to keep up with it. I'm like, I completely clean every inch of my apartment once or twice a week. And at this point, it was at the height of the pandemic, so I was actually cleaning more often than these. Right now, I'm probably cleaning about once every other week. To this degree, where, like, clean the walls as high as I can reach all the way around the entire apartment, dust everything, clean the floors, clean all the countertops, take everything out of all my cupboards, and clean inside all the cupboards. completely clean my entire bathroom, take out all the trash, clean the trash bins, take out the recycling, change the recycling, or clean the recycling bins, take out the compost, clean out the freezer, like any kind, like everything basically, with the exception of like long-term storage cupboards. Everything that could possibly need to be cleaned, I clean about every 2 weeks. It takes me about, and it takes me an afternoon. It's like a 6-hour ordeal. Although I'm probably not going to do that until after I've moved again. But I mentioned that I do this in his chat, and he goes, well, like, how do you find the time? He's like, how do you do that? I'm like, well, I smoke weed. And he goes, that's cheating. The fuck? Like, literally, it's just like finding, like, can it make easy things difficult? Certainly. Can it also make, like, boring, monotonous tasks very interesting? Yeah, I essentially, if cleaning was in the Olympics, I'd be banned for doping. Correct, Cooler. You are correct. Cheating or genius? Yeah, I don't know. I put on like 90125 on my record player and I just start cleaning. Like, you know, I don't know. That or like the last time I did that, I put on the Tragically Hip and Credence were the 2 CDs I was playing. Is there anything like weed in Dwarf Fortress? I mean, hemp exists, but you make clothing out of it. There's no like skooma equivalent or anything in Dwarf Fort. That's something that Dwarf Fortress is kind of lacking in. One of my favorite fantasy tropes, and actually one of the things I really like about the Elder Scrolls games, is skooma. Like, I love fake fantasy drugs. Wax or flower? Hold on. Most of the time, just flour. Trying to figure out where there we go. Trying to center my face in this camera. Most of the time, I just buy flour, by the ounce. And an ounce lasts me like 3 months. Wait. I like this camera a lot. I don't mind its stand. It's just this monitor that I bought that it's sitting on now is too thin for it. So it like falls off and I can't adjust it very easily. So I need a better solution for this camera. All right, well, that's what it is. There we go. Okay. New monitor? I'd show you the new monitor, but then I'd have to move the camera. Yeah, I bought a 144 hertz Asus monitor. I can tell you exactly what monitor it is. I still have the box, but I have to get up. And so now I have 3 monitors that are all the same size instead of 2 27-inch and 1 24-inch. And the 24-inch is now in the other room. When is Toady adding illicit narcotics to Dwarf Fortress? Anyway, like, does Dwarf Fortress have a seduction mechanic? No, because there's no coitus in Dwarf Fortress. You can't have the hanky-panky in the Dwarfy 40, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, depending on who you talk to. Although, procedural love poems are supposedly a thing that they want to add, like, love letters. Anyway, one of my favorite tropes in video games is just fake drugs. Dwarves can't fuck. True. They could probably say fuck, though. Especially if you install that, like, naughty words mod. Like, there is something amazing about just, like, gruesome wounds. I feel very uneasy. There's something very funny about that, but there's also something very, very funny about just a dwarf going, fuck, when, like, they lose a hand. So I don't know. Let's pick your poison. DS, thanks for the 17th month. I don't know which number to read. There's the streak in the months. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome back. Is a naked dwarf reading a book about mating? Yeah, people always get like super funny when it's just like migration patterns or mating habits is like the name of a book I had once. It's like, you know, they're talking about animals, right? Like it's about like animal husbandry. But anyway, whatever. Fuck, I was using that hand. Oh, fuck, a sword spilled my guts. Oh, fuck, I lost my foot. Oh, man, not my other eye. Oh, jeez. There goes my nose. But, yeah, I don't know. I would like some sort of fake drug in Dwarf Fort. Although, maybe, like, the weird liquids could be considered drugs, right? Healthcare, housekeeping Olympics? Oh no. Would I be banned from the housekeeping Olympics for... Chat, tell me this doesn't look like a TLC reality show. Except it's the ghost saying that. Walrus. Starsmore, thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. Checking to get a couple beers. Like, doesn't this look like some fucking reality show on TLC? Like, this is absolutely a goddamn game show. The fuck are you showing me, Cooler? Of course it's on Fox. And of course it's in Las Vegas. Naturally. Where else would it be? You know what this looks like? To me. This is what happens when you ask somebody to describe what Canadians look like. That's all I gotta say. Like, that's what happens when you describe what Canadians look like to somebody. So what are they doing? Like, making beds really quickly? Polishing floors, okay. Vacuuming really dirty rugs. Here, the team from the Philippines would win here, Lord JJ. I don't know how I feel about that. She looks like Gwyneth Paltrow's stunt double. Well, okay. Thanks for informing me of that existing. I would still lose for. Also, now that I think about it, I don't think it'd be possible to have a doping scandal in like in the housekeeping Olympics because I don't think they're testing. Generated. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. Vegas, it's legal. I mean, it's like, okay. So this is like the, I don't know when you popped in, Connor Perry, in YouTube chat, but this is a joke from earlier where we were talking about doing chores around the house, and I stated that, and then I told a story about how I was talking to a friend of mine a couple years ago and explained the way that I clean my apartment and the way that I do my full apartment cleans where I clean all the walls and inside of every cupboard is by having THC in my system. I smoke a little bit of weed, and then I just clean. I listen to Creedence or something, and I clean the whole house or clean the whole apartment. And it takes me like 4 or 5 hours, and I do it every other week or so. And then Cooler in my chat says you're doping, and then I'm like, well, it's not like it's a sport or something, and so he links that. So I know weed's legal in Vegas. It's also seriously overpriced in Vegas, but. Do you remember the scandal with the fishing championships with the guy that added lead to his fish? Nope. No, I do not. I clearly am in a different circles of discussion than that. What the fuck? How do you... She's just sitting there with just like lead balls, just coiling, like just putting lead balls into his fish. It's like, what are you doing? Stuffing my fish. Shut up. Don't say anything. Just shut up. Our stone seems like an okay job. Get high, change the sheets, and vacuum for 8 hours. I mean, sure, yeah, I can see it. Depending on where you work. Yes? What the fuck? My fish sounds... Hang on, honey. I gotta stuff this fish. Mr. Mustard89, thanks for the Prime sub. What the fuck? That's okay. So I don't know what's weirder or not weirder. I don't know what sounds funnier in context, out of context to me. Person jamming lead balls into their fish to make it heavier for a fishing competition, or the guy that allegedly had a vibrator up his butt that would tell him what moves to make in chess. I don't know what's dumber in context or without context. Anyway, hi Ratosaurus, how are you today? But Connor Perry in YouTube chat remembers the fish cheating thing. Yes, he did, and he did it to get prize money and sponsorships. Chess one is funnier. I don't think that was for cash. It was for prestige. Oh, he got a lot of prestige. That's all right. That's for sure. About to hit the hay. What about me? Well, the hay didn't do anything to offend me, so I'm not gonna hit it today. Maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna show you guys something nutty in Dwarf Fortress before we start actually playing properly. So I'm gonna hit start new game because I split out the Land of Gifts into 2 save files. So this is the save file with Winter Throne in it. We still have it. It's still active, but I retired it off stream last night. So if I go to start a new game in existing world, we're gonna start a new game in this world real quick because I want to show you something nutty. Because some of you were here when I mentioned what it was. Most of you weren't. So, I need to show you this. I mean, don't fully spoil it, JJ. Don't fully spoil it. I will also say that this world sometimes takes a really long time to load. Hold on, now it's loading really quickly. Did I load the wrong world? Yes, I did. Like, that's why it's going so quick. The Land of Gifts. Ah, I see. I hit the one above. How did they find out he had it up the... I have, you know, honestly, I've never dug that deep into that story to find out, Vento. Regardless of how he cheated, it's still funny to think about, Daniel Bob. All right. Now check this out. So you guys remember Winterhearth, right? This was a fortress that was taken over by goblins that I founded, and then we took it back from goblins. Check this out. Look at the population. It's been a whole year. JJ, thanks for 1 year of YouTube memes. I'm just saying, what do you think was funny? I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea if it was confirmed or not. But have a peek at this, right? So that is significantly more population than I had when I played. If I pause, this is the population. This is the fortress. It also has the capital bug, which is even funnier. Any ogres? God, I wish it was that interesting. I don't think so. Look at all these goblins, man. Yeah, they're part of the Dwarf Civ. They're all citizens of the Knowing Theater, which is the faction that I play as. Is this a mod? No, this is completely vanilla. So my fortress is like a half a day's walk east or west of here. And I retired it off stream yesterday because I wanted to check something. And then I was like, I wonder how this fort's doing. Because it was taken over by goblins and I took it back. So I reclaimed it. And this is just it. If I go here and I go to dead and missing, there's a bunch of dead bodies who are all like... Also, the wagon's still there, which is fun. There's a bunch of dead bodies that are right over... Where is it? Down here, yeah. Bunch of stray dogs. This one's experiencing mortal fear. Oh yeah, and also, this is even better. If I go to other, there's also a bunch of hostile goblins here. Which is also amazing. And there's a troll who is just a wild animal. I don't know what he's doing on the surface. And there's, what else is here? I think there's also some, there's a baroness over here. And also some bard, or no, dancer, rather. Who just saw a grizzly bear die, apparently? Cinch, thank you very much for the $5.10. Appreciate you. So, yeah, this is kind of nuts. And you want to see what's even better? Watch the moods. I'm going to unpause the game. Just watch the moods. Because there's still a bunch of bodies in front of the old tavern. Because they're all, like, in the middle, right? Just watch the moods. I did this same thing last night. Like, just them all seeing those bodies there. It just starts tanking. Well, it's older than the world's history. It doesn't mean that the world started on that year, right? We talked about this bunch yesterday, actually. But another thing... Managing this fort would be hell because, like, there's no actual managers. If it got a migrant wave, then things wouldn't be too bad. But, like... What did I miss? Where goblins? So this is just me reclaiming Winterhearth, which is a fort that I built before this. No, it's because there's no actual... So goblins won't elect a mayor. There is nothing in the pets screen. Here, let me just show you. It's just like a yak, which is tame, and then some domesticated random animals. So there's nothing interesting in the pets. And then there's also nothing interesting in the items. It's the exact items that I left the fort with. No, I did not use DFhack. There is no cheating happening here. This is 100% vanilla. What happened was I played this fortress. I retired this fortress. I started a new fortress. Or I played some adventures. Then I started a new fortress. And that's the one with all the vampires in it. This fortress, and then while I was playing the one with the vampires in it, this fortress got taken over by a goblin faction with 1,000 goblins in it. I went and killed them all. Or, sorry, 5,000 goblins. I went and killed them all and took over it again. So this location, when you reclaim it, becomes this. All goblins. And right now they're all learning armor smithing. So yeah. Are you calling me sus? 'Cause no. Come on, man. But like, what I could do is this. Oh, sus on the behavior of learning armor. I mean, hey, they gotta learn somewhere. This right here is the save file that we've been playing. If I were to expel some dwarves to that goblin location and then reclaim it, the dwarves would probably be there. No, here's the thing, right? DS. I've definitely had other populations exist in locations that I've reclaimed before. Like, I once reclaimed a fortress and there was just a bunch of humans there. But there was also a lot of dwarves, but there was a bunch of humans there. But I've never had a place just get taken over and obliterated by a goblin army of 5,000. Like, if I go back into this world and I go to the Land of Gifts, right? Do they have a Demon King now? No, they're dwarves. They're part of the Dwarven faction, YouTube chat. Not only let's go here and go to sites and type in winter, wombat, winter hearth, right? Because like, I played this fort for 2 years. No. And he's saying skulls was stored. So winter hearth. This is probably right about where it ended. The Forgotten Beast was crushed under a collapsing ceiling. Of course he was. I'm just looking for when I retired the fort. Okay, so the Knowing Theater regained their senses after a period of questionable judgment. So it was early winter. This was where I retired the fort, right? What happened was the Demon of Sculptors attacked the Brew of Frost at the Knowing Theater at Winterhearth, and the Dwarf Damas sprayed gems led the attack, and the defenders were led by Major. They clashed with 5,155 goblins. And the Dwarf Damas outmatched Major with a cunning plan. Looks like they were imprisoned as a small child. And is still alive. They live in Lanced Breaths. It's a dwarven fortress, I presume? Huh. Oh, I've been attacking that location. Apparently I stole treasure and livestock from them in 318. Also, we struck down this person's spouse in Chunky Doomed. Rescue mission? Eh. So something I do want to look up is I want to figure out where our king is. I want to figure out where our king is. Because I want to kill him. Krolbus! That's a really good kobold name. The one thing wait, what? Not what I thought it said. The one thing I do truly love about kobolds is their stupid names for things. It never ceases to be entertaining to me. It's like the only thing I actually like about kobolds. It's how stupid their names sound. Regicide? We are an army of vampires. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but... I hate to break it to you, but I think we are the bad guys. You know, I could just load the game up and then... Okay, you know what? We'll do it that way. This is going to take a lot of loading, chat. So bear with me. Okay, so I'm just going to go here, type in civilizations, the Knowing Theater. Are kings a fisher dwarf? Well, that's a shame. Okay, so let me just back out of this. Start new game in existing world, reloader. I can now look him up, figure out where he is. Because I'm really hoping that my king is in one of the goblin run locations. Because if that's the case, killing him would be easy. Yeah, a fisher king, not to be confused with a kingfisher. So, male dwarf. He's born in the year 168. How old are you then? Settled in Lead Machine. Okay, I'll give it to you. Lead Machine is a really good name. Like, that is a great name. Lead Machine is in, like, the metal lead? Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like a minigun, but lead LED is also still pretty good. The Watchful Bastion is their library. Chat, these dwarves know the future of YouTube. The future of the algorithm.
It's definitely a metal band somewhere.
I must meet these dwarves. They can save me. Like, seriously, they wrote a, I think it's a book. Yeah, it's a manual entitled The Future of the Algorithm, authored by Raul. It concerns the algorithm for dividing one number into another number and possibly yielding a remainder. Oh my god, they're learning maths. I'm Navira, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. Lead Machine was definitely... They probably opened for Machine Head, right? That or they're just a Machine Head cover band. Alright, so... Zos is in Lead Machine, wherever that is. Also, speaking of good names... Stukos, who's the Duchess of the faction... runs a place called Smokestake, S-T-A-K-E. Apparently they've been corrupted by Stukos. Or the Stukos has been corrupted by Lycott. They're also fighting in a place called Glade Armors. Can you actually read books in Dwarf Fortress? It just gives the brief description like the one that I just read. They're very, very simple. It's like 3 sentences. It's basically like, here's the byline of like what the book is covering. Contain the secret of life and death. Then it would be called like the future of rebirth. It wouldn't be called the future of the algorithm. Because books about the secrets of life and death, there's only so many words that they can have in the title of the book. The onslaught of chucking? Oh no. The crazed onslaught. The singed onslaught. The scraped assaults. The roasted onslaught. The onslaught of clubs. They're here with the bonk sticks. Let's see. Who else can I look up here? I'm looking to see if there's any other super or interesting characters. Basically, Lead Machine is what we need to try and start a war with. Can you... I'm literally trying to kill my own faction if it's not immediately obvious. But, it does seem like they're just getting visited by a lot of dwarves these days. The Peregrine Falcon Woman, more panther pelt, died of old age. Well, that's a shame. Won't the rest of the faction siege you? I'm a vampire. What makes you think that I care? You can't actually siege your own faction. But what I can do is I can figure out what they are sieging and try and siege that. Because if I can figure out what they are attacking, then I can send my squads to go attack the same thing at the same time, with the hope of causing them to go to war with me, and then I can attack them. But then I won't get migrants anymore. Copying a lot of books up in here. But I don't see them attacking anything, really. Aww. This yak bull settled here. They had unknown parents and died of old age, and he had a wife. Shoutouts to that yak bull. Could I spread vampirism in Lead Machine? Maybe with adventurers. So a problem with... So the reason I retired my fortress to look at stuff like this was I was hoping that yeah, they're not actively attacking anything. Began embezzling funds, did poorly gambling, became the dean of the Hall of Talons, ruled from the proliferation of chambers. Good for you, Maffle. Basically what it is I wanted to see if I could bring healing liquids into Winter, not Winter Earth, into... I'm forgetting the name of the fortress that I'm playing. Winterthrone. I wanted to see if I could bring healing liquids into Winterthrone. If you pour healing liquids on the ground, then Winterbone, yeah, there you go. If you pour healing liquids on the ground, it's like mud or any other contaminant. When you reclaim the fortress, all contaminants are cleared. It doesn't keep contaminants from one embark to another. So if you reclaim the fortress, all the contaminants are cleared. So if you're playing an adventurer and you bring a contaminant into a fortress and you pour it somewhere, it'll be gone when you reclaim it, which is what I wanted to test. But if you bring a contaminant into a fortress and leave it somewhere, the fortress won't necessarily be... Like, it'll still be in the fortress, essentially. So that's... But if it's still in a bag, or if it's in a backpack, or if it's in any other kind of container like that, it'll just get spilled and be cleaned up. Food can't be duped, but I'd be willing to bet if you put it in a barrel, it could be. I don't think pouring healing liquid on yourself heals you. Jesse, XV, thanks for the 8th month. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Jesse? Keeping that stuff alive. Good morning. Kitty is very good, patient, and helped me get home sooner. Yeah, there you go. Glad to hear Kitty's doing well, Alfie. So I guess now at this point, we're just going to keep playing in Winterthrone But now that I have that saved there, I can check legends a little easier. The idea behind me retiring that is I just wanted to see what would happen if I reclaimed Winter Throne, mostly. All of the liquids stayed in the same place, so I don't need to worry about lava being flooded into the basement. Basically, what I want to say is that fortress is retirable and reclaimable. The biggest issue with that fortress is the dragon cave on the overworld makes my fortress unclickable, so I can't siege it with another fortress, which kind of sucks. That's my biggest issue. But Twitch chat, we're diving into game now. Can I get you guys to do me a favor real quick? Can you say hi, YouTube? Just for the VODs, of course. And for those of you just watching on YouTube, if you want to do me a huge favor, could you leave a like on the stream? Please and thank you. There is 59 of you watching and 23 likes. Let's get that like number up. And for Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, click on that link that I just plopped in the chat and go leave a like on the stream. And if you have the bandwidth, leave a tab up, because that also helps. But we are diving into Winter Throne proper now. It's interesting to know what's going on in Winter Hearth, and it's also interesting to be aware of the location of our king. So let's go see if we can spot him. Shall we? Also, that game that we streamed a couple times recently, Cyclopean, is releasing today into early access. So in 3 hours, apparently. But let's go take a look. Let's see if we can spot Lead Machine. It's a fortress, supposedly. Also, the purple arrow is also pretty good. Smokestake, that's that other one that I spotted. Channel seal. Bronze bear. Oh, that's pretty good. There's Lead Machine. Found it. So there are towers up in here. There's also these destroyed mountain halls. Why are you at war with me? It says that that's a Dwarven mountain hall. Huh. Interesting. It says that that's a Dwarven mountain hall, but it's destroyed. And we're at war with them. So there are definitely some dwarves that we're at war with. I'm looking for destroyed fortresses, because sometimes raiding destroyed fortresses can lead to wars. Like raiding this, Trumpet Circled, could help. Could potentially start a war. But I do have bad news. Also raiding this potentially as well. Filled guilds. Theoretically, raiding these locations could help. Because sometimes if it was previously a part of your faction, it'll start a war. Could there be a liquid that heals vampirism? So the healing potions right now just heal all permanent injuries, basically. So like all your limbs and whatnot are healed. All scars, all broken bones, all paralyzations, all of those injuries are healed immediately. But I got bad news. We lost a bunch of dwarves at the end of yesterday's stream. We had a pretty brutal web spitter, which I thought we'd be able to kill much quicker. And, you know, we tried, but we didn't kill it quick enough. We were able to kill it, but there was many casualties. I had 2 full squads, and, well, most of them are dead. Good news is they're not all dead. So we've got a lot of bodies that need burying, including Quendelf. And, well, there's the full list right there. Let's see, we got Onol, Silub, Zephon, Edom, Autumn, Limul, Quendelf, Titan, rest in peace, and Zuglar, Imush, and Dakust. So we'll have to get all of that done and dusted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me just place down 10 coffins. And then I will read through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then I will read through the named dwarves. We'll let them build those first. Let's just read through the named dwarves first. Narc is still alive, or dead as a vampire. Dom is still alive. Who else is alive? Mortified the Penguin, Stormwolf, Zacher, Asori, Jacknarek, Amethyst, Red Fogel, Darius Cardin, Baka Glass, Fallout Rain, Transplanter Sage, UGDPY, Liam12ABC, Bone Dolphin, Anon 4, Zalvi, 404, Nika Harper, Devilish Potato, Edict, Insane Killer, Mako Darkfire, Stillentus, Whitcode, Guilty Judge. I need to remove Bomb Wreck from the military. Who else is still alive? Walsp is still alive, and Meteorated is still alive. Bobtron is still alive. And I think that's everybody. So let's get you. What squad are you in? The Living Mechanisms. Let's get you out of there. And then retop off this squad. I need dwarves that don't have armor on, that still have use of their hands, that also aren't doing other tasks that will interact negatively with being in the military. Those glass floors are absolute chef's kiss. Cheers, Francis. After watching you play with vampires, you want to try the same thing. How do you get your first vamp? You can't plan for that. It's luck. Unless like either you have to make an adventurer, curse them as a vampire, and I mean there's no other options on Chowder. So if you want a dwarf, you have to be a vampire. What kind of dwarf would you like? Any tasks or beard preferences? Unless you start a adventurer and curse them into being a vampire, and then repeatedly impale them, there's no way to just have a vampire. Like, how do you get your first vampire? Well, that's the hard part. Any scholars? Maybe? None that aren't already named. I don't really want to make scholars. The problem with scholars and vampires is they tend to get, if they like being a scholar, they tend to just do this and then literally never do another task. So I don't really want to have too many. I could give you like a tavern keep, because that's somebody that we actually need. I already kind of have too many scholars. Would you like me to add another tavern keeper performer, or does one on this list work for you? It's up to you. Well, I mean, everything in Dwarf Fortress is deterministic, I think, but not in that way. No, you're not guaranteed to get a vampire in every fort, basically. It highly depends on the world and whether or not one migrates there. How hard would it be to do the same kind of fort but with a necromancer instead? Exceptionally easy. Getting necromancy is extremely easy. Just raid a necromancer tower 3 or 4 times and make a library and wait. Unless you do what I do, which is you happen to raid the one necromancer tower in the entire planet that doesn't have a fucking like book on necromancy. Cole, the one with the red beard? This one? Knowing that, are you sure? the insane tavern keep that's running around babbling obliviously? Whose clothes are rotting off? I mean, okay, I just want to confirm, you can't starve to death, so that's a positive. You can't die of thirst, so that's a positive. You might snap out of it periodically? We'll see how long you live. He is a nervous wreck, has a strong sense of duty, is prone to strong feelings of lust, and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Has an active sense of humor, isn't particularly curious about the world. Hi, Clino, how are you? Isn't particularly curious about the world and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is slow to anger and he doesn't handle stress well. Is very humble, quite ambitious, often feels envious of others, likes to take it easy, and tends to consider what others think of him. Does not go out of his way to help others, is troubled by this, as he truly respects sacrifice, has a greedy streak, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Thanks for the $9.99. Can you get a dwarf named after you as well? Twitch chat, somebody's giving me money and asking for a dwarf. Do I accept bribes? Can I accept a bribe? I don't normally accept bribes. Actually, I'll do this. If anybody, if there's any tier 2, I was going to say, if any tier 2 subs want to nominate this person. Dwarf that bribe. Okay, you want a dwarf with a braided beard. Okay, can do. Does not go out of his way to help others and is troubled by this as he truly respects sacrifice. Has a greedy streak and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors and generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy and needs alcohol to get through the working day. People aren't I don't accept money for dwarves. Mound Maker Kappa. That's the thing. I don't accept money for dwarves. The way we do it through Twitch is you earn channel points by watching streams, and then when you have enough, you can redeem one. I don't have an easy method to do that through YouTube, so I don't have a method to do it through YouTube. But it's fine. You're getting a dwarf regardless. No dwarf trafficking. No dwarf trafficking here. Tier 2 Twitch subscribers can nominate people, guys, but it's on cooldown now. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and can't even remember the last time he had some, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life, and believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. Is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, finds so-called dignified people disgusting, values sacrifice, and values cunning, and values a harmonious existence. Likes gypsum, platinum, and squirrel, and date palm wood, grizzly bear tooth, the color eggplant, leather armor, mini forges, and cows for their hunting moose. The words of the Umber Mountain, and the sound of the amethyst silk, and the sight of the mirth of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume wild boar, cave lobster, and blueberry wine, and one-humped camel's milk, and hard wheat flour. That's quite the streak, Peter. And prefers, and hard wheat flour, and absolutely hates oysters. You know, word. It's very rare that I actually enjoy oysters. Most of your friends are dead. Thankfully, you still have Odom. And now we need to name Mound Maker. Double braided beard. I mean, there's a lot of, like, mutton chops, but there's not a lot of braids. This is a braided beard, so let's go with this one. Yeah, I stream on Twitch and YouTube. For clarity, anybody watching on the YouTube stream, I don't read the chat out loud as much on YouTube because YouTube chat's often a lot quieter. The YouTube chat's kind of the lurker chat. The Twitch stream is the primary stream. And the reason the Twitch stream is the primary stream is there's, how many people right now? I'll just grab the numbers. 181 watching on Twitch and 60 on YouTube. So, and a lot of people watching on YouTube, it's like more than half of the people who watch on YouTube don't even have the chat open. So it's like cast to a TV or it's like full screen. And it's also hard to tell who's where in the VOD watching on YouTube. So it's a lot harder to communicate with YouTube chat versus Twitch chat. So basically, if you want quick interaction, Twitch chat's the place to be. If you just want to lurk and view, YouTube might be better. This is whatever works for you. So this one here, or just watch both. Yeah, you could also, that's also totally a viable option. Also wants to drink, like most of the Dwarfs. Is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't reciprocated. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He finds humor in most situations, is actively moved to mercy, is quick to form negative views about things, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He does not often feel lustful and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he has a greedy streak. He generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He does not go out of his way to help others and exhales sharply when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and can't even remember the last time he had some. As you can tell, I need to give these dwarves alcohol. Personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, values peace over war, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Has a pet sheep, which would crash my game if I clicked it, and is a member of the Autumnal Guild. You killed a dwarf in 318. You probably ate him. Well, welcome to the Twitch side of things, Moundmaker. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, YouTube is a much better platform to, like, cast to a television. But, like, everything about the way Twitch works, it makes it easier on the creator's side of things to build and keep a community together. So, it's just the easier place to communicate via chat. It also tends to have less delay, at least the way I have it set up. I might have something set up wrong, I don't know, but... Cooler also sent me things. Yes. I'm responding to the thing you sent me, Cooler. Sorry. You could have said check DMs. And thanks, B-Lug. I'll set that up after stream. You were literally Bluetoothing it to your Apple TV. I know there's a pretty decent contingency of people here on Twitch that cast the YouTube stream to the Apple TV and then type in Twitch chat. So, on their phone. Like, that's actually a pretty common thing around these parts. So, I've got a bunch of bodies that need burying after that bad fight. I need to rebuild my military. I gotta keep the crimes down to a minimum. Thankfully, the last crime committer child is dead. UGDPY needs to go to prison, though, it looks like. And so I'm just waiting on all these coffins down here to get built. We're trying to finish the mega project above the fortress. And also, excuse me, and also I need to finish up the, like, incoming plans of me invading my own faction if possible. So we're gonna try and start World War Dwarf. I mean, it's a correlation as much as causation, Drew. I don't check YouTube chat because YouTube chat is quiet. Twitch chat pays my rent, or has paid my rent for the last 8 years. YouTube chat doesn't. Twitch chat is busier and more active vast majority of the time. Not always, but majority of the time. YouTube chat is quieter. So it's one of those things where, like, if it was busier and more active, I would read it more, right? It is what it is. And if you can't access Twitch at work, yeah, that makes sense. It's very funny to me that, like, a lot of workplaces don't allow Twitch because video games, but YouTube, totally fine. Let's just use the burial command because that'll be easier on me. So now that that's done, there should be a bunch of place item in tomb jobs getting queued up. Yeah, they're getting put away. It's a damn shame, but it is what it is. Okay, so rebuild my squads for the umptillionth time. But first, it's party time. YouTube how-tos are a thing. Oh no, I just think it's funny. Anyway, chat. YouTube folks, hit the party button if you can find it. Because I just made a basalt bed. What a curse. You make a bed in a fortress where nobody can sleep. Hi, Split. Thanks for gifting us up to Mound Maker. Yesterday was kind of crazy. Bob, yes. I think yesterday was the most money I ever made in a YouTube stream. Outside of the day that Adventure Mode Beta came out. I'm not sure which one was more. It's not really a contest, Drew, or Bob. It's more about, like, consistency. The way YouTube works is YouTube promotes streams it thinks people would think are interesting, right? When there's a big release for Dwarf Fortress, usually the YouTube stream has more people watching than the Twitch stream. But if you look at historical averages over the last 2 years or a year and a half now that I've been streaming on YouTube and Twitch concurrently, Twitch is consistently within about 30 viewers of 200, right? So it's either like just below 200 people watching or a bit above. Sometimes a bit higher, not usually lower. YouTube is usually around 50 to 60. Sometimes way lower, sometimes as low as 20, and sometimes way higher. And it's a lot of very different people because people see a video, they watch the stream for about 20 minutes, they don't see it, they don't say anything usually, they tune out. It's much more difficult to build a consistent community on YouTube, I've found, than it is on Twitch. That is happening more as time goes on, slowly. And as time goes on slowly, I'm talking to YouTube chat more because that is building slowly. So give it time. It'll get there. It's also very difficult to read two chats at once. That is part of it, you know? Like Twitch chat. Could you imagine having to read two of you? You guys have your own nonsense memes. YouTube has their nonsense memes, and I'm trying to moderate and read both simultaneously. It's... Oof. And play the video game moderately competently. So, it's like reading subtitles and reading subtitles. You don't even want to read one of you. That's fair. That's fair, honey. That's fair. Okay, so Narc, the dwarf miner vampire, has created Savas Bufut, a basalt bed, and offers it to the Firefront. What is this bed made out of? This is a basalt bed. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion gabbro cabochons and encircled with bands of cave spider silk and cushioned gypsum cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cougar leather and menaces with spikes of basalt, gabbro, and green glass, and cougar leather. On the item is an image of an earring in aardvark leather. On the item is an image of a mountain in highwood. You know what? I'm really tempted to just chuck it. What should I do with this bed, chat? I'm like, I could just chuck it in the tavern. That's kind of where I'm tempted to throw it. I could put it in like the military, one of the military rooms. I could also toss it into one of the temples. Actually, true. Yeah, hospital. Not a bad decision, actually. That may not have even been it. Yeah, let's cancel that. I should also place some more beds in here. Just in general. Give it to a king or noble. I don't have any king nor nobles, really. I mean, also, every single dwarf in this fort is a vampire, so they can't use it anyway. Outside of the hospital. I just want it to be somewhere where it's actually going to get used sometimes. So I've got a whole bunch of very, 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 very mortally injured dwarves again. It's fine. They're getting tended to slowly. They are, in fact, getting tended to slowly. Got all this stuff getting melted. Frame rate's a bit slower than it has been in the past, but it's fine. Let's see how many dwarves are putting stuff in tombs. Nobody, really? I find that hard to believe. Let's just pause collecting webs. I'm going to pause a lot of jobs right now, actually. I'm going to give these dwarves a little bit of a break. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll... yeah, no, we're going to pause a lot of stuff, actually. I might keep, like, process plants up and running. Allow them to keep making slabs. Pause the silver rings. Keep them making pedestals. All right. So, one of the main projects of this fort for the past week, well, actually I have two, has been this down here, which I'm going to keep working on. This is going to be my actual defendable area down here. This is going to have a drawbridge all the way along here. It's also going to have granite flooring along the bottom of it. And it's going to have, on either side, this is going to both be fortifications. And then on this side, I'm going to put a combination of minecart shotguns with lava and ballistas. And we'll see how it ends up shaking up. Hopefully well and in an entertaining fashion. But I'm going to need to put bridges in here and do several other things first. So it's got a little bit of a ways to go, but it'll get there, I'm sure. And so when enemies are in this side, we're just going to start pummeling them from over here. Giant ballista arrow flashbacks? Flashbacks of what? Also, that needs rollers. And that needs rollers. And that needs rollers. Great. I'm just going to go to my minecart tracks real quick here. Going to take all of these... Wait, what? You're 100% full. Oh, they're all full of lava. Oh, that's nifty. They did actually fill up with lava. Cool. I'm just going to move all of these minecarts off of these minecart tracks. Off of the lava rails so that I can finish repairing this. And then I'll put them all back afterwards. Although I now just have minecarts full of lava, which is actually kind of useful. Did I do that the right direction? I don't think I did. So, I have very good news, chat. They fixed the bug. Do you know what bug I'm talking about? minecarts full of liquids are now showing what material, or the minecart sprite. It doesn't show the lava in the minecart. But minecarts don't show anything in them ever. That's like one of the oldest bugs I know of in Dwarf Fortress. Is just if you fill a minecart up with liquids, it goes invisible previously. It looks like it, Seth. It looks like it. $833 magma. It is in fact a lot of magma. It's gonna be like 3 depth worth of lava, is what that is. That isn't ominous in a vampire fort at all. The reason I've been building upside down crosses everywhere, Kimball, or Drew, I guess is probably what I should call you, is because somebody in YouTube chat said that they were gonna unsubscribe because I accidentally made an upside down cross. I made this trench, which went all the way down to here, and then had this cross, and then was intended to, like, continue going in either direction, like, kind of continue stretching, essentially, with time. But they were just like, there's an upside-down cross, unsubscribing. And I'm just like, all right, well, I guess I'll put upside-down crosses everywhere. I'll commit to this now. So now I've got that one there. I've got this one here. I've got this one here. I've got this one here. You know, it's perfectly normal stuff. We're vampires, okay? Like, come on. Unleash the devils in the deep. Ironically, we are the devils in the surface. We don't need no devils in no deep. I actually kind of am not planning on digging down to hell at all in this fort. I am, however, doing this. Which I'm just going to queue up real quick. All the way around. All the way around. All the way around. All the way down. Now, the idea here is that this... Actually, I didn't realize that this was, like, literally right there. Let's just cut this out. Cut this out. Cut this out. Cut this out. Oopsies. Yeah. Of course, I did this very effectively. But the idea here is that I will channel all and chisel all the way around this, then replace this with glass floors, partially, and then build up. That's what I would like to do. So I'm going to start building walls around this as part of this. What do I have for blocks? I got the most andesite probably in Gabbro, if I had to bet. Yeah, it seems like it. Oh, there's some pretty cool pentagram builds on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. That is true. There are some pretty cool ones. But anyway, I'm going to build this up. And so I'm going to have a tower kind of popping out of this hole that I'm digging up here. And then I'm going to fill this up with lava. Because down here, this over here, has been built up to here. And I'm going to continue building this up. And this is going to be a pump system, which is going to fill that reservoir that I'm currently digging down up with lava. So this fortress is going to have a tower coming out of the top of the mountain full of lava with a library in it. Can you dig down and deconstruct? Are you asking, can you deconstruct a constructed floor? It's this button. Can you dig through a constructed floor? I don't think so. Hold on, I'm getting texted by somebody. It's probably my dad because he texted me twice. Yes, it is my dad. If I get a text and then a second text in quick succession, it's my dad. If I get a second text, and then a third text in quick succession, it's my mom. Okay, sorry. I had to respond to that text. All right, so that's what this plan is going to be, essentially. So we've kind of got two pretty chunky mega projects in the works. One is filling this with lava. And then the other one is building that like ballista minecart shotgun structure in the basement with the final and actual goal of starting a civil war. Are we still doing a vampire fortress? Yes. And I'm trying to total this faction. I just get one text and then hammer calls. Wait, yeah, like, here's the thing. The only people in the world that actively text me are my mom and dad. And they both are very good at texting me while I'm streaming. Never any other time, only while I'm streaming. That and I get all of these lovely texts from a bank account that I don't have that claim my credit card needs to be paid. I just deleted a spam text. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Yep. Despite it indeed. Welcome, High Master Siege Engineer. I keep getting Siege Engineers, which is nifty. Stream snipers there. You know what's funny? They are. My mom usually keeps the stream up. My mom used to always subscribe with Prime, but then she got unsubscribed at one point and couldn't figure out how to resubscribe, and so like just kind of stopped. It's fine, but because she couldn't figure. Oh no, she got logged out and couldn't figure out how to log back in and doesn't know what her password is and can't figure out how to like redeem it and or something like that. Stray goat, stray llama. Okay. Just slaughter all those for the leather. Take a sip. Welcome, migrants. Now take a sip. It's not take a seat, it's take a sip. I should have plenty of water available, but we'll see. So there's 11 new dwarfs in the fort. How's the well looking? It is operational. It's not that full, so I think I'm actually going to forbid it currently. And I'm just going to get the wampies filling it real quickie. Sorry about, like, being horrible about reading chat, but, like, 3 large projects and text messages. Let's get caught up. Are other liquids you could fill it with? Blood, perhaps? So the only liquids that fill the way water fills is lava and water. It's just the two that do that. The rest of them just become puddles and pools and will evaporate or be cleaned up unless they are submerged in water. When you reclaim a fortress, they get removed. Now that might change in the future, but at least in the current... Unchowder is tantruming. At least in the current game, that is the way things work, if that makes... I don't know if that makes things clearer or less clear, but in the current in the current iterations of Dwarf Fortress, the only two liquids that pool the way and flow the way water does is lava and water. A giant lake of soup would be nice. You know, it's funny that you say that. So like if you go somewhere where if you settle somewhere where it's raining weird liquids, like water or like not like water, and there's also a lake or something, the lake will get so mixed up with those liquids that it's impossible to get rid of it. I always return to this one fort because I think it's hysterical and also very grim. I had a fort called I can't remember the name of it, but it was settled on a lake called the Stupid Lake. And I didn't name it that. That wasn't what we called it. Like, you know, in the overworld, when you hover over something like this is the Jade Oceans, right? This is the Water of Trusting. It was literally called the Stupid Lake. Like, this is the Lake of Malice. That was the Stupid Lake, was the name of it. And the Stupid Lake, it was on a map. The Stupid Lake was a terrifying biome. And my fortress was on an untamed wild biome. So it was a split biome, 2 biomes. And the haunted, or the terrifying biome, I think it was terrifying. It was either haunted or terrifying, one of the two. The evil biome, the Stupid Lake, had evil rain. And the evil rain gave the dwarves a permanent syndrome, which made them dizzy and drowsy. So, virtually incapable of completing any task. They would start... It basically gave all of my dwarves narcolepsy. And they would try and, like, start working at a workshop, and then they'd cancel the job reason drowsy. And they would just do this constantly. And they would sleep way more than most other dwarves. And I played that it was, I think, maybe the only fortress I've ever straight up rage quit. I got so irritated with it because, like, there was almost nothing I could do. Whenever new dwarves would walk into the map, somehow one of them would trip it. And even though I had them burrowed as far away from that goddamn lake as possible, no matter what I did, the entirety of the population would slowly just get infected with this stuff. I tried to build, decontamination chambers. I tried to, like, set it up so that they'd be able to avoid it, but somehow they would all just get infested. And it was, you know, you say that you want a lake of soup. You can have a lake of soup. I don't think you actually want a lake of soup, man. Also, sunbursts comes to mind. I think Clino already got you with that explanation on tantrums. Any fun ways of cleaning up Goblinite easy? You were thinking of making an area where the floor is just bars and in hopes of items and corpses and falling through them. So when you say cleaning up Goblinite, you mean, do you want to get rid of it? Primary biomass? Do you want to turn it into usable liquids? Like, what do you mean when you say clean up? Because if you want to get rid of it, pour lava on it. That'll get rid of all of the chunky bits that you don't want, like the bodies and whatnot. It'll burn up all the nasty clothing that you don't need. And it'll get rid of everything that isn't lava safe, so everything but iron and steel. And then you just have to melt it down. The second thing, like, the other thing you could do is just have a big old stockpile right next to it. As far as bars go, I don't think... Do falling items fall through bars? I don't think they do they? I know liquids do. But if something is falling, I don't think it falls through bars. You could put a big old drawbridge beneath everything and drop it down. If you mean get rid of it as in unexisted, I would just, like, set up some sort of contraption to make things fall and then get crushed by a drawbridge or into lava. Or off map. You know, I haven't used a trash compactor in Dwarf Fortress in maybe a year. Like, I can't remember the last time I used a drawbridge to crush trash. I usually just do this. I make a minecart, which dumps into lava. So this is set up just like a quantum stockpile, and it just dumps straight south. And so every single body that... Let's just see how many people are putting stuff in tombs. There has to be a bunch of store item in tombs jobs, but they're just not getting done. What is going on? There's no way in hell. Anyway. But yeah, I basically don't really use trash compressors. I find lava more fun as a method of disposing of stuff. Like, I'd swear that Lycott, like, weren't you one of the dwarves? Well, maybe they did all get buried. I don't know. Like, I find that kind of hard to believe. Guess they did. Huh. Let's just toss you. Okay. Until you accidentally set a book on fire. I'm pretty careful because it's all automated, right? So it's all coming out of a refuse pile. So it would be hard to set a book on fire because no books would end up in the refuse pile. Unless it was just a choir. Or rather, I don't even have them permitted. Yeah, it's literally just clothing, corpses, and then general refuse. Except for hair and wool, apparently, which I should probably enable. Although, actually, what's it called? Fresh hide, I think? Is that under, like, skin or something? Oh, I said hike. There it is, fresh raw hide. Okay, so that is removed. Also, tan hides? What? Get rid of that. Come on. But yeah, it's basically just damaged clothing. Gets tossed in here and then outed through the bottom of that. But I swear that this was a dwarf. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. It's a cyclops. That makes sense. Anyway, let's just get rid of all this stuff. Just chuck it. Just get rid. I don't care. I'll deal with ghosts as they appear. Of which we have none currently. And then over here, I'm digging out the surface of my new home. Oh no. They have screwed up. Dwarves, you screwed up. Well, I screwed up, actually. I screwed up my designating. So they just need to go build that. Then they'll be able to get in and out. That, or I could just make this stairs. Yeah, why don't we just do that? It'll just be easier. And get rid of this. Witness the glory of the ever-burning book. Yeah, no, I haven't had an ever-burning book in a while, like I said. Although, I used to, there was a fort once where I intentionally set up an ever-burning book. Purely for the fact that it would allow me to have, like, a campfire with smoke coming out of it. From other civilizations, but keep the ones from yours. There's a point with this system of trash disposal where I just, it's gonna make me seem very professional and good at this. I give up. There's a point where it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure all my dwarves have been disposed of. Okay, just like just dump all of the remainder. Like just chuck them in. If ghosts appear, fuck it, we'll deal with it then. There is like a point with almost every fort where I just call it quits, basically. I don't know if any of you ever do that, but there is a point with my forts where I just kind of call it quits and just say fuck it. I just kind of accept that, you know, I'm not going to get any further. What? Come on. You have bad experience with burning stuff killing your FPS. It's the stuff that the reason fire hurts your FPS is smoke blocks pathing, So if a dwarf is trying to path through smoke, they can't, and that wrecks your FPS. Also, I'm trying to catch up with the YouTube chat. Hold up. Wiki wasn't really on point then. The wiki is on point for a lot of things, but it's also out of date for a lot of things. Like, we really need to build up a consortium of wiki editors. I don't know how I can encourage people to update the wiki, but like the wiki is very important and needs updates, and it gets a lot of updates, but like many things, could always use more updates. Like every wiki could use more updates. Not only that, but accurate updates. Also, I think that there's the best part about the Dwarf Fortress Wiki is the worst part of the Dwarf Fortress Wiki. The best part of the Dwarf Fortress Wiki is it's extremely comprehensive. The worst part of the Dwarf Fortress Wiki is it's extremely comprehensive. And the reason that's the worst part of the wiki as well as the best part of the wiki is if you are inexperienced with Dwarf Fort and playing it for maybe not the first time, but like reading the wiki for the first time, there is a non-zero chance that you will end up reading a page for an older version of the game and not realizing it. And that happens kind of a lot. Every time you see something inaccurate on the wiki, you second guess yourself and just assume you're insane. Yeah, same kind of, actually. But then it's like multiple cycles of madness that then kind of ends with me going, wait, what? 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 But a Discord room? I mean, we could just do that in the Dwarf Fortress room, but I don't know. We could make like a wiki editor's room or something. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I need to do a better job of maintaining and managing. This might sound bad. I'm kind of banking I have no internet for a bit when I move. Like, I'm kind of hoping I have no internet for a little bit when I move, because if I have no internet for a little bit when I move, I won't be able to stream. Like, I'll still have internet, right? Like, I have 100 gigs of data on my phone, so I can, like, just use my hotspot and I'll be fine. But if I have no internet when I move, then for a good chunk of time, I will be kind of stuck doing nothing but just, like, thinking and planning for work stuff, which is very useful because it's when I actually come up with ideas. Like, a lot of the, like, progress I make on a lot of projects is usually done during... points in time when I have no easy access to the internet. So because of that, that would be a good time for me to actually plan and get ahead on a lot of things. It would also be a good time for me to edit videos because then I wouldn't have access or as much access to being able to stream, so I just sit there and edit for a while. Anyway, I'm kind of hoping that ends up the case. Blind's gonna go off grid. No, Blind's gonna like get really mad and fire his ISP, which he's in the process of doing. My ISP is terrible. Don't rot. Canada has a lot of internet problems. It's the easy thing to say. What's up, Empirical, by the way? There's also a clear culture to the wiki that is, as a relative newcomer, you feel fairly disgusted. You feel fully digested? I read that as fully disgusted. Could you give me an example of what you mean by the wiki? Because I might not even notice. So there was a Snatcher. I think is already gone and or dead. Man, you've been here a lot of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times. Uklastmib. That's a weird looking word. Stone, are you around? Hey, chat, could I get, or else some mods, if there's any mods lurking in the chat, could I get a shout out for DJ Empirical? Does stream the Dwarfs too. And cheers, Sock Thief, in YouTube chat. I just want to, I want to see that name translated, but I think Stone's around. What's wrong with his hood? Nothing's wrong with it. The higher value of an item, the different images they have, and if they have, quote, images on them, and aren't necessarily a higher value, then they look different. Basically, items look different based on what the item is made out of and the quality of the crafts. Yeah, what does that name mean? Like the deity's name. It just looks weird to me. Like, maybe it's just goblin wording, but... Oh, also, I don't think this is a hood. Yeah, this is a cloak that you're seeing, not a hood. So, in the beta branch, cloaks now show on heads. Like, he's also wearing a hood, but that's a cloak, I think, actually. Like, on the beta branch, there's a lot of little changes to, like... I mean, we also see kids' faces, but, like, most of my dwarves don't have cloaks. Someone was saying, I think, in my YouTube comments that they want to see an option to have, like, select in the options menu what kind of clothing you want to be the one that shows on their head or none. Sort of like, you know, a lot of MMOs allow that. Frothmite? So is that goblin? Like, what language is it, Stone? Start pressing the button again. I took a look on the tutorials and didn't see it, but is this Magma X minecart X quantum stockpile disposal is something I never saw before. Maybe you could do a quick tutorial on it. I have a tutorial on how to do a quantum stockpile. It's called the perfect quantum stockpile, Seth. Make a perfect quantum stockpile, attach it to your trash pile of choice, and make it dump over lava. It's basically just that tutorial, but slightly, but like the place, instead of dumping it into a another stockpile, you're dumping it into lava. That is the only difference. Yeah. Like, it's literally just, this is a stockpile, it's linked to this minecart, and this minecart dumps directly this way when an item gets put in it. That is all it is. I want to say there's like a short somewhere of automatic trash disposal, but I don't know. Also, out of curiosity, because I live in Canada, so I actually don't know, because this doesn't really affect me in the same way. Is TikTok banned in the US? I can't find, like, concrete statements as to whether or not it is or not. Everything says something different. Almost. Yes or no? Not until 1925. Not until the 19th? Okay. 2 days, supposedly. Got it. Because, like, I thought it was supposed to be banned on the 10th, and then, like, it then changed, and then it was the 16th, and it's like, actually, no. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, well, okay, but, like, let's be realistic here. Devices should be banned in government. Like, I'm gonna say YouTube chat, like, it's banned from government devices. Like, devices should be banned in government. Like, they should not be allowed to be sitting there texting while they're fucking doing important shit, like, you know, government. My dad just texted me again. Because folks are flocking to a different Chinese app. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. It's really like it's just funny. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. The only actual winner is Instagram. But anyways, whatever. I don't really have a horse in that race. I don't use TikTok, and I don't live in the US, so. But I do have a very injured mountain goat. Why is there an injured mountain goat in my fort? Stab, just put it out of its misery. Finish the job, please. Okay, let's just make sure everybody's got their weapons equipped. They do. They do. So, I'm kind of tempted to make like a worm squad, which is just like all of the dwarves that are paralyzed. Emmanuel Popa in the YouTube chat has gifted 10 memberships. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? And also we're in an ad break, so I'll pause. Can I get a round of beers? And YouTube chat, you may have just been gifted a membership, so do check. Get sick from infection, yeah. You're here watching stream while working. I mean, do you work in the government? Are you actively, like, making laws change? If yes, maybe, like, pay attention. Otherwise, accept your bribes and move on. I'm just waiting 50 seconds for this ad to end. But anyway, the reason I was asking is because, like, YouTube Shorts have been going a little bit hamsters recently. Like, just all of them are kind of doing well. And I've seen the same on friends' YouTube channels. So I was mostly just curious because it's like, is that one? Like, did shit just get banned? Are people, like, seeking, like, low attention span dopamine now on other platforms, or... Had a training meeting at work about bribes. From that, we learned that lobbying is not bribes. That's all I got. I mean, like, just... Anyway. It's a fun subject here. There's now a dead goat in my living room. It's right here. I'll get rid of it. Let's see if I can fill that squad out. Dodok, do you actually like your job? Finds artwork boring, respects the development of a skill. Yeah, you're satisfied upon improving acts. Doing okay. Let's see if I can expand this squad a little bit. I've got so many perma-injured dwarfs. It's actually a little funny. What do I have for cloth? Okay, I've got a lot of silk. Let's do silk cloaks. Everybody in the fort gets a silk cloak. We'll do 200 of them, and I'll just do them manually. Because I'm not able to keep up with my cloth demands because I'm bad at this video game. Yeah, that's fine. Let's click this. Let's just do that yearly. Emmanuel in the YouTube chat. Thanks for the... I don't know how much that translates to in dollars, but thanks for the super chat. Jack, can I get a round of beers and whatnot? Because YouTube's keeping the stream funded today. Cloaks need to come back. They never left. They never left. Let's also make silk loincloths annually. But I'm not going to make as many. Let's just make 90 silk loincloths annually. Just unforbidding these tasks. Letting some of the dwarves do some tasks. It's these dwarves that are causing me problems. You know? Imagine being a dancer who's incapable of walking. Which one? Giga Roboid? You mean the Weather Mountain series, or? But I'm happy to help. Thanks for the 20 bucks, it looks like. Roughly $20 Canadian. Emmanuel. Thank you. You can't accept gifts in your university that are related to your position. So what you're saying is if I send you a pizza, then you Gucci, right? But if I send you a mug that says world's best job description, like whatever job that person has, if they get a mug that says world's best at that job, would that consider being related to their position? I'm being very semantic here, but I'm actually kind of weirdly curious. Weather Mountain, Baron Bub. Oh, good gosh. You know, Weather Mountains is such a Weather Mountains is such a strange series for me because I recorded all of that in a manic haze and I basically don't remember making it. There's also like a bunch of continuity issues where like I do a thing, say I'm going to do a thing, and then do the exact same thing like 10 feet to the left in the next episode because I forgot because I recorded it one day apart. Like, I could have done such a better job with that series, but I don't know. I did the best I could with the mental capacity I had at the time, which wasn't much. I'm going to go all the way up to here. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Glad it was helpful. Really helped you get into the game. Yeah. The other big regret I have with that series is that I kind of jumped some people into the deep end a little quick. I probably shouldn't have, like, started off with, like, and this is how you redirect an aquifer. Because to me, things that I consider easy, like, I guess, are really difficult concepts for some people. Can explain, so I never graduated high school. Can you explain like I'm 5? What is a BA? Like, to me, that means bad attitude or something along those lines. Bachelor of Arts. Okay. That's what I was thinking, Onion Dude, and I knew that was wrong. But I'm glad that I wasn't the only person thinking that. That are bananas. Okay, well, they can work on this. These dwarves still stuck in here? No, they're not. Sweet. Biblical Antichrist. No, that's a... No. I was gonna say that's not a real thing, but... You know, honestly, if I was told I could get a job title that was Biblical Antichrist, I might actually go for it. Man, I branded my Twitch channel poorly. I should have branded myself as Biblical Antichrist. For shits and giggles. Never too late to rename and rebrand? Yeah, I guess. I kind of don't agree with that, but yeah, I guess. It kind of is to a degree because I've spent, like, if I were to rebrand or rename, I would rename my Twitch channel to just Blind and drop the IRL. But I don't think I will ever rename or rebrand myself entirely. And just the reason for that is because I have spent a very long time networking and handing out business cards, and people know me as a certain handle and look for me as a certain handle. So yeah, it's never too late, but I've seen a rebrand like that. Not unexist channels, but certainly give them a big hiccup. So, yeah, you can, but it's not necessarily a good idea, I guess. I will say that one of my favorite metal album names of the last couple of years is Unbiblical. Truly a phenomenal album name. Streams that thou has been mentioned, the number rises once again on this day. You need to keep blindy. I mean, you know, is what it is. Here comes more of this. This is going to take a little while for them to dig out, but they're working on it slowly. Gonna also need to make more glass pump tubes and things. Let's just dig all this out as well. Just gonna lower the priority a little bit because I don't actually need it that high. I'm going to leave some of the edges of this so that we can continue constructing. Kind of like the jagged edges on this side, even though it kind of ruins the symmetry of it. But so, chat, what are your plans for this weekend, if anything? I'm going camping, so you'll probably get camping photos if you follow my blog. I am also in the midst of moving, so probably this week, hopefully, assuming something bad doesn't happen. Assuming nothing bad happens and everything goes according to plan, I will ideally be posting part 1 of my moving blogs, which is something I'm going to be posting on my text blog. But if Outpost the ASUN dies before they leave the map, will my order still be received by the mountain home? I don't know. I presume so. I've never noticed it not being received. I presume so. Sorry for not being completely certain there, but it's all I really got, actually. Doing a crap ton of laundry on Sunday. Yeah, I have to do one final batch of laundry before I pack everything. Which I'll likely do when I get back from camping, though. I'll take care, Romanchuk. That's important. Also, can I ask what RSV is? Because I'm not familiar with that. Walled off cavern dwellers decrease FPS. Noticed YouTube chat is not followed, sadly. I do read YouTube chat. It just takes... Elfie, is there a cat on your keyboard? I'm getting a phone call from my doctor. Hold on a second. All right. It's an odd phone. They're just like, we've filled your prescriptions that we received from the pharmacy. It's like, why does that need why do you need to call? I know, I already got them. But okay. Sorry, YouTube chat is red. I just don't read it as consistently because Twitch chat's busier. But Cavern Dwellers, I actually have them completely disabled in this fort. They do decrease FPS. They decrease FPS because there's so many of them by default. If you want to adjust the numbers of them, I'd very much recommend that. You can change how many of them walk into the map down here. This number, Cavern Dweller scale, and Cavern Dweller maximum attackers. I do have some turned on, but I literally haven't seen any. So they're probably in the caverns somewhere. But I turn them down so that they're like a surprise when they pop up instead of just like a constant problem, because the defaults are 10 and 50. So Cavern Dweller maximum attackers is 50 and per attack is 10. But what that means is per tile that touches the edge of the map, you can have up to 50 Cavern Dwellers in that tile. And the default map is 4x4. So 4 tiles by 4 tiles. So 4, 8, 12, 16 tiles per floor. So per cavern layer, you could have up to 16 times 50 Cavern Dwellers in the cavern. And they basically like reappear right away when you kill them if you're actively constructing stuff in the caverns. So for me, I just have them disabled. Because I nerf them into oblivion because they desperately need a rebalance. There, and they annihilate a Forgotten Beast every few seconds. What I would do is, if they're causing you frame rate issues, if you're using DF hack, I would exterminate them. But if you're not using DF hack, I would just set them so that very few of them actually appear, and then you'll have much less of a problem, and they'll slowly die off, and your frame rate will recover. Yeah, they need a rebalance, Jesse. I don't mind the agitated wildlife so much, but I think it's a bit. I do think it's a bit still a bit intense. They did rebalance it in the beta branch, but I haven't noticed a difference because I haven't played in that branch yet. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the defaults, I'm surprised they haven't changed that. It is odd to me that they haven't changed it. Quite odd. Why are we all using... Okay. Let's just do... Let's rename this squad to melee. And I'm going to say individual choice melee. Well, no. Let's just say spears. Let's make this into a spear squad. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to rename this into melee spear. Confirm and save. And then I'm going to go to you and I'm going to hit assign uniform to squad. Melee spear. Because I don't want them using copper battle axes. Like, come on. This command, exterminate. It shows you what's alive. You type in exterminate and then the name of the creature, and it'll kill that creature. It's a cheating command, but if your frame rate is gone, it's a kind of a way to fix that problem very quickly. Yeah, no, like, because the reason they're so frequent, Zelphania, is they operate using noise, right? The cavern invaders. And the way noise is how Untamed Wilds figures out when to attack you with flying birds and giant animals and stuff. Noise is produced when dwarves are building things, chopping down trees, digging. Even though it doesn't bother dwarves, it used to for a very brief period of time, but then was disabled due to being, like, busted. Noise is what attracts invaders. If you are having problems with cavern invaders, it's probably because you're constructing stuff or doing stuff in and around the caverns. And so it's kind of a sliding scale. The more dwarves you have in the caverns, the more cavern creatures you have that are a problem. The more cavern creatures you have that are a problem, the more noise is caused in the caverns because you have to constantly kill the cavern creatures. So it's this weird kind of annoying snowball effect where you just slowly get overwhelmed with one thing or another thing. If you never build in the caverns, you'll just get that initial wave that appears when you start the run, which is like 10 of them, and then they never increase. If you're chopping down trees on the surface, that's what's causing you to get destroyed by agitated animals. If you're new to the game, you shouldn't be playing in Untamed Wilds, like at all. Like the warning is legitimate. Like I've been playing this game for thousands of hours, and I find Untamed Wilds to be a bit annoying and tough to deal with sometimes. Not necessarily difficult per se, like it's not making the game unreasonably challenging or anything. They're just really annoying. Like, yeah, like that's the easiest way to put it. They're just really annoying. Dwarves are slowly digging through this. Okay, so I'm going to... Oopsies. Go up along here and just place blocks just so that it looks nice. I'm being way too fancy with this fort because I can. Speaking of like Untamed Wilds and things, I've played a lot of forts in Untamed Wilds maps recently. So one of the reasons I'm being so fancy with this fort is because I can actually get away with doing all the construction stuff that I want to do because I'm not threatened by random animals attacking me when I construct stuff. So I'm kind of going a bit over the top of what I would normally do, just purely because I can. Like, literally, because I can. Minecarts I don't think produce noise, no. Digging, constructing, and workshops, as far as I know, do. Like, to the point, and the only one that affects dwarves is digging. So, like, if there's a dwarf that's sleeping in a bed, and another dwarf digs a tunnel right here while dwarf is sleeping in a bed, it'll wake them up, and they'll get a shitty night's sleep. But that's the only one that I know of that directly affects dwarves. Yeah, it's a feedback loop. Fortunately, the biggest issue with the agitation system was fixed, which was fishing used to be considered the equivalent of chopping down a tree per tick. So in an Untamed Wilds map, it's like chopping down 15 trees in a year is enough to begin wildlife agitation by the default numbers. Unless you're also doing other things. But trees are the worst thing. But because fishing was considered a tree per tick, essentially what that means was they needed to fish for 15 seconds and you'd get attacked by wild animals. Which was very funny, I'll admit, but not exactly great for gameplay. Oh yeah, absolutely, Maximfit. But fortunately that was fixed like a year and a half, 2 years ago now. It was like quite some time ago that was fixed. But that was why I lost and how I lost my first fortress in this version. So this flooring, this stone here is all going to get dug out or just replaced with glass at some point. I'm going to need to probably just remove these 2 hatch covers and build these stairs up another layer. Oh shit, you guys are probably all vampires. I can let you out. Sorry there, dwarves. Would any of you make for good military? You dream of raising a family. You dream of raising a family. You dream of crafting a masterwork. You're a child. You dream of mastering a skill. He does not really value skills related to fighting. Well then. How about you? You want to practice a skill? Dreams of mastering a skill. Seek short-term rewards. Aiden, welcome to the military. She wants excitement. She wants to eat a good meal. You'll do okay. Then let's toss somebody random in the last spot. Like you, for example. Random dwarf, please. Completely random? Did you? You had a cavern wildlife invade for only 10 trees? Yeah. No, I mean, agitation was a planned mechanic, so it, like, mostly works, in my opinion. Whereas the cavern invaders was a last-minute addition to the game because Zach and Tarn stated that they were worried that people would find the game too easy. It was essentially an attempt to appeal to RimWorld players, which I think is kind of funny for a lot of reasons, because it's like, oh, the attempt to RimWorld play to like appeal to RimWorld players is not a great mechanic. Huh. It's just very ironic from my perspective, that's all. Just clearing stuff that we don't really need running as jobs. So, truly random dwarf. This is you. You are in love with Stellantis, who isn't dead, but I don't think has any usage of his legs. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, okay. Wait, no, it's just his sprite was invisible. Okay, so why was your sprite invisible if you're... Oh, because you are naked. You just have a cloak on. That's all he's wearing. He cannot breathe and he cannot clothe himself. Well, rip. At the very least, he's not dead, right? So you have a vegetable lover, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Daw, it's a pity romance. After a new romance, go figure. She is dour as a rule, and she's conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is easily moved to mercy, and she lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. She can handle stress, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She often feels nervous and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She's very humble, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she tends to stretch out when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. She strongly values tranquility and quiet, and she doesn't respect society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. She finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, values peace over war, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, is put off by family, and does not particularly respect commerce, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday. Likes schist and copper, as well as tavasorite and burnt sienna, bracelets, and the sound of the play of sisters, and when possible prefers to consume rye beer, and absolutely hates purring maggots. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Is a member of the Creative Treasuries, the God of Wealth, and a member of the Stoneworkers Guild. I mean, they don't even need diplomacy, really. They just need to function a little, not more predictably, but more logically, right? Like within what the game can reasonably provide, right? And as long as they function within the game's abilities, I think they'd be fine. The reason I have problems with them is because they don't. They don't do that, really, which ain't great for a lot of reasons. You would hate purring maggots as well? Yeah. Don't we all? Oh no, put one wrong type of rock there. All right, well, I'm in an ad break now, so I'm just going to leave the game paused and queue stuff up while it's waiting. I tried building a fort on a beach. I don't think that there is a biome in this game that I haven't built a fort on at some point in time. So, yes. Also, YouTube chat just crashed, apparently. It's okay, I've uncrashed YouTube chat. I think that, like, Z-Sniper, the thing that you need to focus on is just trying doing one thing at a time. Just try doing one thing at a time. Don't try and do everything at once. You don't need to use every single mechanic in Dwarf Fortress to be able to play Dwarf Fortress. You just need to, you know, use enough to be able to keep your dwarves alive. So if you're having trouble figuring out the scale of the game, just one thing at a time. In the ocean? Go to my YouTube channel and type in Moses Machine. I also built an entire fortress that defended itself by, I don't remember what the fortress was called, but that defended itself by making the enemies walk through a tunnel down almost to the lava sea, and then I drained an entire ocean about 200 Z levels to flood the entirety of the tunnel. It was great. My frame rate would go from like 60 down to 0 for like 2 minutes, and then all the enemies would be dead and the frame rate would come back. Purely because of all of the water just rushing to the bottom of the map and then like geysering out the top. It was especially funny when the occasional like shark or fish would get sucked down there and fired out the top too. It was exceptionally inconvenient and very laggy, but many dwarves drowned in that fort. Bike is fixed. Yay! Orc with bow. And it feels great. Well, that's a bonus. Oh, shit. I've got this entirely backwards. Cool. Good on me. I should have seen that a while ago. It's okay. This is easy to fix. Ay, ay. From that water pressure, do they disintegrate? If they hit a wall, things don't get killed by water hitting them, but if they hit something because water hit them, that can kill them. So, like, do they disintegrate? No. But I have killed goblins with water pressure by causing them to hit a wall after they get hit by water. A bookbinder of mine has claimed a magma glass furnace. That's a bit annoying. What do you need? Wood, apparently. Lots of wood. Shining gems, cut gems, bars of metal. Okay, I'm expecting raw green glass. Yep. And I think I've got tons of wood. Yes, I do. I should have everything else. Yes. I'll cut a gem just to clear that up. We'll keep an eye on that. Just going to get all this dug out because I'm going to need this to be walled off for when I channel down through here. As an adventurer and you crossed a river, and the second you went in the river, it froze, killing you. That happened to me once too! It'd be cool if vampires died to running in water. You know, like, from an adventure mode perspective, maybe. In a fortress mode perspective, vampires are supposed to be... I mean, vampires are going to be moddable very soon, but... From a fortress mode perspective, that would be a problem, because if a vampire got injured in your fort, and then they got taken to the hospital and cleaned with water, that would kill them. So that would be bad. Can you get shell steel? What the hell is shell steel? I mean, there's all that dwarves need, Z-Sniper, in YouTube chat, is access to alcohol, a place to sleep, and a place to socialize, and something to eat. That's all that they need. So literally all you need is plump helmets, bedrooms, and some sort of meeting area that is assigned at a high enough value that they're allowed to socialize. So like a tavern, a dining hall that's assigned as a library, a temple, something. Somewhere they can socialize. That's all that you actually need. Is basically like a meeting place, a dining hall, and that's it. It's like dwarves are pretty low maintenance, and you know, people hear all the stories about this game being difficult and presume that dwarves are way higher maintenance than they actually are. The reason there's so many stories about this game being difficult is it used to be ASCII, so people would look at it and go, ah, scary, and then run away and never try. Or try a little bit and go, ah, scary, because ASCII. And then they'd run away and never try and say, game hard. Or they'd play for a couple of weeks, learn enough to survive through the basics and say, game hard. Yes, game very, very hard. Because nerd cred. And that's where the difficulty stories of this game came from. It can be tricky in some situations, and understanding the mechanics of it can be tricky, but as a video game, it's nowhere near as hard as people say it is. I mean, I'm not using any mods right now, because technically DFHack is a RAM editor and not a mod. It's like unlocks dev tools, basically. But, like, I don't have any of the assists or quality of life stuff turned on that DFHack provides. So, this is vanilla. That's what you're looking at. Yeah, because RimWorld is, like, an intentionally mean game, right? I mean, the way I've always described RimWorld is the friend that doesn't let you play with any of his toys and then gives you them one at a time, but occasionally punches you in the head and takes it back. Whereas Dwarf Fortress just gives you the toy box. And, like, that is what it's like to play Dwarf Fortress for me versus playing RimWorld. Is, like, one of these is a friend that I get along with who, like, I enjoy hanging out with, and then the other one is RimWorld. Not to say that RimWorld is necessarily a bad game, it's just you kind of have to accept a certain amount of punishment. Because its progress isn't slowed by research? Oh yeah, true, there's also that. I mean, the progress is just what do you want to do first, which I think is a lot for some people, but it's also kind of liberating for others. Like, I get annoyed when games like this have a research tree because of the way Dwarf Fortress works. You know, okay. I'm kind of thinking about getting rid of these two walkways here, and instead having a entryway that goes this way, through here. Or maybe this way as well? Like these two? But then you wouldn't be able to get up and down if I lock people in the well. Hmm. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. I mean, anybody who plays a lot of any game is kind of nuts because there's a lot of really cool video games, and if you only play one game and get really, 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 really good at it, you're missing out on all the other really cool video games. Which is kind of a, I don't know, something that I think about more than I should, probably. You had like 200 cave dwellers on a 4x4 map. I've had 450 before. So, yeah, it checks out. Andesite's what I'm looking for, not granite. Andesite. Kind of looks like it's got a mouth and eyes. Your dwarves are dying because they're tired from killing the entire population. Yeah, no, I mean, exhaustion is the biggest threat to any dwarves' long-term health. It's the easiest way to kill your entire faction, or every dwarf in your fort. Is the easiest way to kill them is by letting them get exhausted during a fight. All right, well, the dwarves are all running up to here, I presume. Yep. Getting that done. Nope, don't use glass, just use andesite. I just want to get this tower done, and then when this tower is done, or once I have the structure of it built so I can keep adding on to it, I'm going to swap my focus onto the entrance. Also, I can probably... Hold on, let me check something. Looks like all the rollers are done, actually. Well, I should reassign the mine carts then. Yes. So since the rollers are done, let's go into here. So I could sell lava then, although it might burn the traders because it might spill when it's sold. It's also a kind of a fun thing. Okay. Wagon suddenly bursts into flames. Well, it's like if you sell untamed pets, they spill out immediately. Do I actually want them to have access on this side? Probably. Oh, the other thing I can do down here is I can start the drawbridges. Because this, well, then I'd need to get flooring in here. Let's see if I can. I have 3 granite blocks. Okay, I gotta make more rock blocks. Am I making rock blocks? Ah, they're all paused. The Dwarf Bookbinder has created Stellimithessin Imest, a green glass ring, and claims it as a family heirloom. I will check that in a sec. Just unforbidding all these tasks. Being a bit cautious about overworking my dwarves right now. You know you've been playing a fort for a while when the game starts to slow down. When you open up the stockpile. Start asking foreign traders, did you bring nethercap wagons? Only nethercap wagons can take our treasures. I'm gonna be a bad person. I'm throwing all these pigs into lava. I don't need the food. And I can't trade them because they're too heavy. Okay. This is a green glass ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. 1 second. I will read that wall of text in a moment. It is encrusted with round rotile cabochons encircled with bands of radiant cut green glass gems, and this object menaces with spikes of green glass and obsidian and coconut palm. On the item is an image of spin dwellers, not spindle. The amazement of prisms, the copper helm, and cheetah leather. On the item is an image of Char Scald, the languishing manor, the tetrahedrite ring in high wood. On the item is an image of nethercaps in lime wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in gold. Oh, it's all good. I just needed to finish reading what I was reading before I could read the thing that you want me to read. It's going all right. Lanix, yourself? The RimWorld talk, you're a lover of that game. I also have some soft spots for RimWorld, even though I don't play it anymore. But you stopped playing it because each DLC kills the FPS and the TPS? Ticks per second? What's TPS stand for in this case? And the main dev seems to refuse to accept the core of that the core of the engine of their game had to be updated to use more cores, but the more memory efficient, and even with the community making mods that prove that the core engine wasn't strong enough to the amount of things happening, was just 2 DLCs, and they tried to throw in a massive third one. I wish RimWorld was like Terraria. And I know that it's not fair to tell a developer, stop making money off of content for your video game. But like, RimWorld is the base game is making fuck tons of money per month. Like that game sells very well now when it's on sale, when it's not on sale. And I wish that they just kept updating the base game and putting the base game on sale like Terraria instead of selling DLC content, because it fractures the modding community and makes playing the game more difficult. I was more or less done with RimWorld when it left early access, because a lot of the mechanics I liked were things that were taken out of the game by the time early access finished. So because of that, I basically just stopped playing the game at a point. And I have no intention of ever really going back. I think RimWorld does some really cool things. It's just not for me these days. I don't think it's a bad game. I think that it's a very good game, especially if you are more interested in like the combat and strategy of a colony game. But for me, as somebody who prefers trying to tell stories, that feels like self-important or something when I say that, but as somebody who likes to role-play in games like this, I feel like RimWorld kind of misses the plot with what I want from a game like this. You don't need to use DFhack to export Legends. There's just a button in the game, Max and Fit. Like, if you go into Legends, there's a button that says Export XML, which is the Export Legends button. Everybody was using Export Legends via Adventure Mode not Adventure Mode, via DFhack for a little bit because it wasn't in the vanilla game, so you had to use the DFhack script, but it's in the game, so you can just do it without DFhack too. In what way, Sarge Bread? Despite having a whip equipped, do you keep getting a massive mention that I punch the perp with encounters? Are you playing Adventure Mode or Fortress Mode? Oh, you're playing Adventure Mode? You can't get a grasp on a few mechanics? Are you bump attacking? Because if you're bump attacking, the dwarf or your character will prioritize whatever skill that's the highest. So if fighter is your highest skill, or wrestling is your highest skill. If wrestling is your highest skill, if you bump attack, they'll grapple. If fighting is your highest skill and you have a whip equipped and your lasher skill is really bad, then the dwarf or character will prioritize their fighting skill. If you want to attack something, I think it's shift. I need to be looking at the UI, but I think it's Shift A to designate your own attacks. You use the strike as competent lasher. Strike isn't necessarily hit with the whip, though, isn't it? Isn't it lash? Strike is the punch. So striking is you're striking them with an object or your fists. Lash is what you use for a lasher. The combat is the most complex portion of Adventure Mode, and it's also the hardest to verbally explain without visual assists. You didn't get the option? Are you sure the whip is equipped? Like, look in your inventory and see if it's in your hand. Because you might also have, like, a piece of meat in your hand. Yes, Endron? Have they grappled it from you? Because it's possible, like, it could be in your hand, but the enemy could be holding it so you can't punch somebody with it. Like, there's so many if-then things here. All I can really recommend is Shift A, and then make sure you've scrolled all the way to the top and that you're using the top option. What's funny is people who say that Randy Random is like Dwarf Fortress have never played Dwarf Fortress. Or maybe they did, but they have only they have a very surface level understanding of like what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. I mean, maybe you're just really good at punching things. If you're winning, who cares? Yeah, it's a Sellout Millionaire in YouTube chat. It's like the one negative review for Dwarf Fortress that I always return to because I think it's hysterical and also kind of true, and I agree with it, but I don't think it's a negative, unlike this person's negative review. They left it on Steam, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But the review quite literally was, this isn't a good fantasy simulator. It's also not a good story generator. All it really is fantasy Mad Libs that gives you the general idea of a story and it makes you do all the thinking. I was like, wait, hold on a second. What? Are you telling me you don't want fantasy Mad Libs? I want fantasy Mad Libs. What's wrong with fantasy Mad Libs? So I don't know. I don't like just sitting here and like speaking negatively of RimWorld. Unseal Seth, I have my issues, and you clearly have pretty similar issues to me. So I hear you, but like the majority of the issues I have are just I wish it didn't market itself off of Dwarf Fortress so much. You know, like the very first time I ever heard of RimWorld was Tynan self-promoing his game in the Dwarf Fortress not Dwarf Fortress Discord, in the Dwarf Fortress forums way back. And it's like, so to me, in a lot of ways, RimWorld owes a large portion of its initial success to the Dwarf Fortress community. And that also plays back into Dwarf Fortress's success, right? Like RimWorld being successful helped Dwarf Fortress succeed as well as it has. But it leaves a sticky taste in my mouth. It's like the greedy second cousin kind of thing that is just like, it's like having a weird uncle who's obsessed with cryptocurrency and is just always talking about how you would be rich too if you also bought into, I don't know, Nuts Coin or something. And you just don't like talking to him, but you tolerate him because he's also like kind of a nice guy. And that's kind of how I feel about RimWorld sometimes, where it's just like, it's like this weird estranged nephew of Dwarf Fortress that's like also kind of shitty in some ways, but also a great game in its own right. I just wish it was less shitty. This is a bad example. Hopefully I'm making some sense. They're two very different games, yet RimWorld keeps screwing up Dwarf Fortress's SEO by, like, naming its difficulties after player and community terms from Dwarfort and shit like that. Like, I don't know. How do I feel about Civ? I was watching a preview for the new Civ until it hit the point where they said Season Pass, Battle Pass, and pre-order in the same sentence, and I was like, right, yeah, this is just video games now. And that's kind of how I feel. I'm just like, I want to be excited. I would like to play it. I probably won't. If I do end up playing it, it'll probably be in like 2-3 years when it's on sale. That part bothers you too? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I played enough of the last Civ. I really liked the last Civ, but everybody that I knew who I used to play Civ with, like in online multiplayer, because I used to ages ago have like a crew of people that played Civ, fucking hated the last Civ, and they all just kept playing the previous one. But I liked the new Civ enough that I wanted to play that. And streaming it was one of the least successful streams I've ever done, and also one of the most insufferable streams I've ever done. And I was informed by one of my mods after the stream that it was the most boring stream I'd ever done. So I kind of streamed it for a week, finished that one game, and I haven't played it since. Never touched any of the DLC, or at least I haven't played on stream since. I played a couple games off stream, but yeah, I don't think I can stream Civ competently. Like, I'm terrible at it. The enjoyment I got out of Civ was playing cooperatively with friends. And streaming Civ is difficult, man. You either have to be, like, exceptionally good or just... You either have to be exceptionally good or just have a very large audience to be able to stream Civ. Which, I don't know. I'd rather just play something else, because I'll probably enjoy it more. Just not have to deal with people popping in and being like, your settler's in a bad spot. He's going to get killed by this thing and this thing and this turn, and then it happens. And then it's like, yeah, I know you're right, but like, can you just let me make mistakes and learn slowly? Because that kept happening. So, yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Civ. I screwed this up. I like Civ. Civ's fun. I hope it's good. I mean, every game that requires, like, a very high depth of knowledge of the video game is going to have some players that are, like, a bit insufferable shitposting in YouTube chat. Like, that happens with Dwarf Fortress, that happens with fucking RimWorld, that happens with Hearts of Iron, that happens with any 4X game, that happens with, like, you know, that's just most game franchises that require knowing way too much about how the game works. I'm sure some people think I'm completely insufferable. Not many. Very few. And streamers are fickle, Ice Blue. People stream games that they think are popular. And people get into streaming games that they think are popular. Sometimes you'll have people who will start streaming a game because they really like it, which has happened a little bit in Dwarf Fortress. So there's a handful of people who stream Dwarf Fortress because they like it. But if you want to attract crowds of people to a game, it has to be popular. When Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, it was, quote, popular. So there was lots of people who would normally never stream a game like this because, well, there's a lot of people watching. If a game is popular, it will automatically build up a community of people that want to stream it. However, most of those people have left. Most of those people who were streaming it have left. And so it's not popular anymore. And because it's not popular anymore, there's way fewer people streaming it. So streamers are a very fickle people. You know, that's the thing. I can't even play Total War. I definitely can't play. I like Total War games, and I like setting them to easy and just schlockily playing them. But that community was worse than Civ. Unironically, that community, not only is that community worse than Civ because you're bad at the video game, even though you're playing on easy, but you're also bad at the video game because you're playing the wrong one. That was actually like maybe the worst backseating experience I've ever had. Because what do you mean you are playing Total War Saga Britannia because it's brand new and you got it for free and you don't happen to own any of the other Civ games? Or not Civ games, Total War games. You should be playing this one, this one, this one, or this one, but make sure you have this DLC and this DLC, otherwise you're playing the game wrong. Okay, so then a couple months later, I tried streaming Rome 2. Why are you playing this? You should be playing Warhammer. Warhammer's better. Have you heard that Warhammer's better? By the way, have you tried Warhammer? Did you know that Warhammer exists? Have you tried Warhammer? Warhammer's way better than this. Why are you playing this? You could play Warhammer. Have you ever heard of Warhammer? Did you know that there's a Warhammer one? Can we just enjoy the game? I enjoy Dwarf Fortress. Tuber Sheezy thinks your wife thinks I'm insufferable? Please don't inflict me on your wife if your wife thinks I'm insufferable. Your wife is more valuable than my stream. And you should spend time with your wife. That or just make sure that you have headphones on. It's okay. I think I'm insufferable, so. Have I tried a game called Stellaris? I have streamed Stellaris. I thought it was really boring. Actually, Stellaris was a weird one for me because it wasn't to like people being annoying in chat. I just didn't like it. Another game that I actually quite enjoyed, which I streamed, I think like 20, 30 hours of or something, was Warhammer Gladius. That I actually really liked. I thought Gladius was fun. Did you hear about our Lord and Savior Cthulhu? I'm on a first name basis, last I checked. Good stuff, Sarge. I don't know. I maintain that Rome Total War, the first one, is my favorite Total War. It's the one that I enjoyed playing the most, and you want to know why? It's the only one I've never streamed. The reason the first Rome Total War is my favorite Total War is because I played it in a universe before I streamed, before I did this, and I played it offline and never watched any videos or talked to anybody about it, and probably played it terribly, played on easy, and played as the Spartans a bunch, and listened to Disturbed, and it was a great time. I think when it comes to like RTS games and stuff like that, or 4X games and RTS games, I enjoy them when I don't know that I'm bad at them. Have I tried Star Sector? I've owned Star Sector since it was called Starfarer. I'll play Star Sector at some point. It's on the list of I'll play it at some point. It's a very big list. Or rather, I'll go back to it at some point because I played it when it was called Starfarer still. You mean a law degree? I don't know what you mean, Gonley. Is this like a funkily... Chat, can you translate this to me? What is more worthy? Being a lawyer, getting a law degree, or getting a good hunter's squad? Like, what is harder? Blink, blink, blink. Sorry, brain can't comprehend question. You can start streaming on my on days too if you want. I don't fucking care. Do what you want, man. I'm not your mom. I did play Dungeon Keeper 2. I never played Dungeon Keeper 1. I have this vague memory of watching my cousin play Warcraft 3, I think, and then Dungeon Keeper, the first one, on the same day. But I never owned the first Dungeon Keeper. I did play and finish Dungeon Keeper 2, though. But I didn't do it back in the day. I did it way later. Dungeon Keeper is nifty. I like Dungeon Keeper. Classic, if you will. A classic, if you will. I guess I did kind of screw this up again. I like screwed it up, unscrewed it up, and then re-screwed it up. Because this should just go straight up here. But that's easy. I just build that and then deconstruct that and place this. Okay. And then this right here just needs one right there. Okay. This is taking way more focus than it should. I don't know. I must be tired. Oh, I see what I've done here. I get it. How goes the fort, Jack Nurk? It's going. It's going slowly. Finally finishing up my last few mega projects. Trying to train up a proper squad finally. Or 3. Should probably make some more. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's definitely English, not first language, yeah. Are you almost getting a law degree, but you just play dwarves and you're like a bit addicted to it, and I have no clue what you're doing, but it's fun. If you need help making a Marksdwarf squad, what I would say is I have a video on, or I have a YouTube channel on how to make like ranged dwarves. So if someone can grab it and link it, that'd be great. But ranged dwarves are not that difficult. And I would, I guess by that logic, presume that it's easier for you to get a law degree than to, you know, make a Marksdwarf squad and dwarf for it. It's not exactly straightforward. I think training them is the hard part. Actually, like, making it's not hard. But you right here. This is just going to go this way. But that being said, playing Dwarf Fortress isn't useful or important information in your life, so. Actually, I should make this a little bigger. Just go all the way across with this. And then I'll go up and... Oh, Jesus. Andesite it is. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is you, 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 you. That's what that needs. Is the... This is on the wrong spot, so you go there. Sweet, done. Your English isn't that bad, but your choice of words makes it very obvious that English isn't your first language. I don't think anybody's making fun. I don't think anybody's trying to offend, just poking fun. What are we building right now? I'm building a pump to fill this reservoir around this tower thingy up with lava, is what I'm building. Let's pause this. Deconstruct that. Then also this too, right? Yeah, both of those. The elves have arrived to trade. It's good practice playing Dwarf Fortress. I know there's a few mods that, like, begin converting Dwarf Fortress into different languages. Portuguese being one of them. Don't know if that's even remotely useful or helpful, but... Also, semi-related, there's a mod flying around for Caves of Cud that is starting a simplified Chinese localization, which is impressive that somebody's actually doing that. Like, that's crazy to me. English is a weird language, yeah, and games that are programmed around English are very hard to make not English. Like, all of Dwarf Fortress's history gen code would need to be overhauled and such to, like, properly convert. Like, full translations for games like this is not an impossibility, but exceptionally difficult. For Caves of Cud or Dwarf Fort? Francis? I can read. I'll build those stairs up. I mean, it's the reason the Dwarf Fortress devs are, like, resistant to the idea, because they know that, like, one of the worst things you can do for a video game is badly translate it, and the second worst thing you can do is partially translate it. Because having a partial translation is great until it's not. People say they want a partial translation until you get dozens of reviews claiming that you're lazy because you didn't fully translate it. It's like, oy. So I don't blame people like the Caves of Cud developers for just kind of being like, good luck if you want to try. Like, I can't blame them. You love bad translations in retro games? Sure, but, like, that's not going to break the game. That's just funny. What's funny about old games like that, though, Oldion dude, or Old Ani dude, is that was done by a person. Like, these days, it's just Google Translate, right? Really, Avento? Oh, that's interesting. What's the goal of this fort? Like, what are you seeing? The goal of this fort is to, at this point, start a civil war in the faction and end the world as much as possible. And I'm giving myself until adventure mode releases. Oh, hey, we got another marriage. Zuntir, the Mason, and Ushfrir have gotten married. I think this fort's had more marriages recently in a fort than I've seen in a very long time. Well, that's good. You have dyslexia and you're from Norway? Okay, no, that's fair. Norway's a cool country, though. Literally and figuratively. Some DF form death is a big thing, maybe by extension the annihilation of your whole squad, but isn't like the main point to succeed on your town and not get killed? Like, I feel like I might be a bit scared of getting wiped out anytime. Maybe I should accept that in the game that you can reset at any time and it would be easier. What do you think? How do you approach the game just 1 week into it? Dwarf Fortress is not a game about keeping your fort alive, right? It's not like, I mean, man, we just finished talking about RimWorld. It's not like RimWorld where the goal of RimWorld is to build a base and stay alive as long as possible. The world keeps going in Dwarf Fortress when your fortress ends. So if your fortress dies, say you're like, my fortress is right here. It's behind this cave, but I swear it's there. If you build a fort here and then this fortress dies, I can then go into the same world and build a fortress over here. And if some of the dwarves stayed alive or didn't die or somehow managed to escape the fighting, then maybe they'll show up as dwarves in my next fort. Maybe I don't like this faction anymore and I want to play as a different faction. Maybe I built a really, really big vampire fortress. Foreshadowing. That did a whole lot of evil things, like killing a lot of dwarves in that world and starting a bunch of wars. Also foreshadowing. And then you play as a different dwarven faction in the same world and then attack your old fortress, right? The game doesn't end when your fortress dies. Does that make sense? And that's the thing that you need to remember, is the game doesn't end when that particular playthrough ends. So you play a fortress, like what Dwarf Fortress was when it originally released, back at the very beginning, was it was an arcade game. The original pitch for Dwarf Fortress in 2002 was it was an arcade game where you'd see a fortress, right? The fortress would fall to some unimaginable threat, goblins, demons, monsters, and then you'd play as an adventurer. And you would climb and travel through the fortress to then figure out what happened there. And you would get the legends of the history as a score. That was the original pitch for Dwarf Fortress. It took Tarn and Zach like 4 months to make it or something. And they finished making this thing and they were staring at it and they went, okay, but what if we made the fortresses buildable? So you build the fortress and then destroy it and then adventure through your fortress. And 22 years later, this is the game, right? You build fortresses in an open world that is actively evolving and doing its own thing around you. And when your fortress falls, you could play as an adventurer and go adventure through your fortress. When you're playing Dwarf Fortress, the way I try to think about it is I'm not playing this fortress. I'm not playing this faction. I'm contorting the world map to change the simulation of the world map. Because the world map is a clockwork machine that is evolving and changing, right? Like this is the one war we know about right now. The army of Nikwe Yellow Passes marched on Sparkle Suitor. So these humans here are attacking these elves. That's the only thing that I know that's actively happening on the overworld. But there's lots of little events like that happening. They happen every season. Faction alignments change. Like this wasn't a goblin hamlet when I started here. This was a human hamlet. It got taken over by goblins. Some of these have been destroyed, and I didn't destroy them. In fact, I should go get those books. But yeah, no, these goblins are attacking the elves down here and destroying their homes, right? So the reason losing is fun is when your fortress dies, you click start a game in existing world, go and then continue playing. Will I be doing an interview as I can turn? Fuck, I hope so. That's like genuinely, that's my response. More recently, Kit Fox has been a little bit, not cagey. That's the wrong word. I'm trying to think of the right word. trying to make me be more professional and make Zach and Tarn be more professional, maybe is a better way to put it. And so instead of just being able to DM Tarn and be like, hey, do you want to come on stream and chat? They want me to go through them. And so the result is they want me to do those interviews when there's actually shit to talk about and like reason for them to happen, which kind of sucks. And I'm not super thrilled about it, to be completely frank with you. So we're waiting for adventure mode to be out. Basically. Because, man, I really want to do another one of those. It's been like 9 months. It's been the longest gap between them. Ever. For me. So. Yeah, and the reason, like, I'm so excited for adventure mode, Gonley, is like, some people look at adventure mode and they go, oh, why would you want to play as one character when I could just build a city? That seems boring. The reason it's interesting isn't because it's like a open world murder simulator. It's interesting because it's another way of interacting with the simulation from a different perspective without having to build a fortress. When did I start this fort? In the year 20 years ago in game. About a month ago in reality. Like, and what was it? Like end of December, I think we started this fort. It was like shortly after Christmas. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a game. It's a very, 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 very slow overworld map simulator that you can interact with in 3 ways. You can read about it in Legends. You can poke it directly in Adventure, and you can play directly in Fortress. And there's no other game that really has that combination of things, and that's what makes it special and interesting. Because nothing really is doing what Dwarf Fortress is doing. No, it's just I'm killing time until next week for it. I mean, I'm streaming today. I'm going to stream on the 21st, and then after that, Adventure Mode is out. So, because I won't be streaming on Wednesday next week because I will be at a doctor's appointment during my normal stream time. So I'm not as available the next few days to stream as I would like. But, you know, it is what it is. So I only have, like, realistically 2 more streams to finish this fort. Maybe 3 if I can cram another one in there. Rolf, hello, what up? It's good to see you. I think if a fort hit 50 streams, then at that point, yeah, it's becoming another long death. But we are still far from that point. We already took back Winterhearth. Goal's been completed. I don't think I'm going to update the goal at this point. Three days to finish this fort. What is this Majora's Mask? I mean, it's the life of a internet panhandler is what it is. You gotta do the thing that the people are excited about when the people is excited about it. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to do this. Oh boy. What blocks do I have? Oh, I don't have a lot of any blocks. Okay. Am I not making rock blocks? No, we're making rock blocks. I'm just not making them quick enough. All right, well. You thought that is already a possibility? On the beta branch, it is. On the main branch, it is not. So when I say what do I mean? So what do I mean when I say it's out? It's leaving the beta branch on the 23rd. Unless, for some reason, I'm Mandela affecting myself into thinking it's the 23rd and it's actually the 24th. I'm pretty sure it's the 23rd. Let's see. What did the elves bring? They brought an eye, a leopard, a slug, and an alpaca. Come on, you could do better than that. I'm starting to give up that they're ever going to bring me interesting things, so I'm just going to buy their crutches. And I'm going to buy their barrels. And give them way less in return. Just a singular gem will do. Was that a ghost? It was a ghost. I'm not seeing things. Oh, maybe I already made a memorial and then never placed it. Highly plausible. Plausible is now a word. Don't mind me. The joint is haunted. What's up, Dr. Y? You wouldn't... Man, if only that could be like... Because, like, at some point in the far-flung future, the great and total... The great Toady One has said that he will bestow upon us the great blessings of world-ending calamities. Man, the moon crashing into the earth would be a good one. I feel that in my bones. Okay, so here, I'm going to connect you to this. Actually, I'm going to stick with the theme. Let's also deconstruct that and put some flooring in there. Seem to love having their forts go out with a bang, intentional or otherwise. I mean, that I think it's not so much we want our forts to go out with a bang. It's more of a we want our forts to go out in a memorable fashion. And when you play a lot of a video game, it turns out a bang is more memorable than a wet fart. So, am I preparing tutorials for adventure mode? Yes. Not fast enough, actually. I shouldn't be streaming. I should be editing right now. It's less of tutorials and more of a tutorial, prop maybe two. I already have the quick tutorials, and those are already relevant. I want to do a big getting started guide, and I want to do a combat tutorial. Primarily. And then, like, some sort of finding the fun video. Do I need help? With what? What are you offering, Cooler? Right, actually, I needed to put floors there. We're in an ad break. Also, by the way, for reference, Cooler does the vast majority of the art around this channel. So, most of my thumbnails with the exception of the large videos where Goblin Art has done some of them. And all the emotes, which Cooler was now gifted. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Rolf? Gifting a subscription to Cooler. Thank you very much, Rolf. You're very kind. Also, thank you for gifting that sub in general, because we are $45 away from my daily minimum. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm just shocked. So, Twitch has this feature called Bounty Board, where, you know, streamers get paid to play a video game or something. It's not something that I really have any interest in taking part in or using, but I just have to state this. I just got a bounty for the first time since December 2022 that appeared in my dashboard. It's like an open world survival crafting game, which I have no interest in. But I have not seen a bounty since December 2022. Holy fuck, it's been a long time. Holy hell, hot damn, it's been a long time. Hot bounty in my area. I mean, the last bounty I did was actually the most memorable thing ever. I got paid 250 bucks. Approximately. I can't tell you the exact amount because contracts. I got paid approximately $250 to shop on Amazon Fashion for 15 minutes. It was fantastic. We just went and read reviews of leggings. It was a great time. Definitely a good use of their marketing money. Yes. Don't tell them otherwise, or they'll figure it out. You would have guessed Marvel Rivals? No, it's not Marvel Rivals. I haven't heard of this game. I have heard of Marvel Rivals, if that says anything. Well, actually, it's for a game called Stratanova, I can tell you. I'm not going to play it, but I'm presuming it looks like the screenshots make it look like an open world survival crafting game. It might not be. Let me go look it up. Now I'm kind of curious. Tim Sim, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Helping me hit that daily minimum. Oh, it's not even on Steam. Well then. Wayne, thanks for the Prime for a 9th month. That's almost a hype train. Almost. Not quite. The max dwarf count above 200? Oh yeah, all the time. It's actually above 200 right now. It's at 250 currently. But I don't really recommend you do that, because the game doesn't really change much with more dwarves. It's just kind of... It's a bigger... The biggest threat to your fort's safety is your dwarves, and so the more dwarves you have, the more at risk your fort is at any given point. I mean, if that's compelling to you, then go nuts, but it's not something I really focus on. Ice Blue! Thank you very much for the 5-pack. And for the hype train, because that's now a hype train. Appreciate you greatly, man. Thank you so much for helping keep this channel funded. Let's just go over here and I'll just plunk this in. So the lava can just flow through that. Greetings from Catalonia? Wow, that's... Hello, from Canada. You've actually decreased your dwarf count? You should set the number of dwarves in your fort to exactly what you can keep track of. If you can keep track of the number of dwarves you have the right number. And Ice Blue, thanks for the $1. Do I have grates? I think I do. I do. I have a shit ton of iron grates. This will actually look cool and speed up the construction of this. on, am I going crazy? Also, Diamond, thanks for the 43rd month. And Wayne O'Ween, thanks for the 9th month. Darren, thanks for the $1. It's now a level 4 hype train. Thank you very much. Oopsies. That tool shouldn't have been selected. Let's grab this. And then let's go all the way along here. You had a bloodbath with one survivor, no immigrants, and waited to come for years and years and years. So that dwarf got expert on everything. I watched a are you serious? Chat, what's wrong with this picture? She's trying to fish in my fountain. This is like the fishing in the toilet meme. Well, they're all vampires over 8,000. Alphabetic rabbit, or apathetic rabbit, not alphabetic. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. And Ice Blue, thanks for the 10 bucks.
Ice Blue 220 cheered.
But like she's just like getting super happy-defied by constantly being splashed by waterfall. So you know what? It works for me. Hey, she's happy. She's probably enjoying it. And I don't want her catching fish anyway. So you know what? Everybody wins. To level up that hype train needs another 5-pack of gift subs or $23 in bits. Did I set up a fishing zone? No. No, there's no zone there. I thought I had them set to... actually, I have them set to prioritize fishing zones. But then I deleted my fishing zone, so that's probably the problem. I'm actually just gonna probably just tell them not to fish. I'm just gonna not... I don't give a shit. That's just really funny, more than anything. Apathetic Rabbit, thank you very much for that 5-pack of gift subs. Which skyrockets it past the needed level. Cheers, dude. Puddle fishing? Fountain fishing? Mist fishing? Maybe he missed fishing. It would be really... You know what would be funnier than anything? Is if that dwarf successfully caught a fish. Because it would imply that not only did they catch a fish, but they also... Somehow we managed to transport a fish into my fountain via bucket. So if you, Doran, if you successfully catch a fish... Yes, Tim Sim. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. And we watched the population climb. Oy vey, that's funny. What do I have for blocks, even? Okay, we'll do a basalt top then. Because then I can start building underneath it. Oopsies. Man. Doran is adorable. One could say that it's a very endearing thing for that dwarf to be doing. Recreating a dungeon? Like a real-life location? I don't really like doing one-to-one things. Something I have considered recreating, though, is for a while I've been teasing and promising, which is a mistake. Don't do that. Don't ever promise people things, because then they expect things. A video of Boat Murdered. Like, people want me to read the story of Boat Murdered, which I also want to do, admittedly. But it feels wrong to do it without footage of Boat Murdered. And yeah, sure, there's footage, there's like the screenshots of it, but there's no video footage of it. So something that I want to do is I want to recreate Boat Murdered at some point this year. It's one of my project plans I'd like to do. You have 1 minute, 20 seconds. It needs 6 more subscriptions after that 5-pack from Ice Blue. Thank you very much. You're very kind, Ice Blue. Seriously, thanks for all you do. And thanks very much for yet another hype train. 6 more subscriptions, 1 resub and another 5-pack, or 6 resubs, or a bunch of primes if you happen to have it. Now's the time to check. Or $28 in bits. The something awful for it? Yep. It's also, it's like on LP Archive these days. It's also the name of the song that plays when a fortress dies. So if your fortress falls, the song that plays is called Kogan's Son, which is what Boat Murdered translates to. Which would be tricky to do because the game was only 2 dimensions when Boat Murdered was ongoing. So I would have to manage a fortress and basically make a Dwarf Fortress stage play within Dwarf Fortress, which I think would be really fun. And I would like to try doing that. How full is the well? It's 4 of 7. Oh, that should be enough. But let's just chuck some buckets of water in here to top her off. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. 2 boat, 2 murdered. Special edition. This is what got you started playing DF. I think it would be a fun thing to try doing, Dr. Y. I should actually select the material. Took too long. Didn't count towards the train, Sparky, but thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you greatly. That probably has cleared the daily minimum. I'll check it in a couple minutes once it's updated. But yeah, and then I could, from there, if we're able to successfully recreate the majority of the events in a satisfactory fashion of Boat Murdered, then I could do a video of me reading the original story with the footage of the new fort. Oh, no, totally. Exactly. Like, that would be the challenge of it. Because, like, there's also a lot of mechanics that were in the game at the time that aren't in the game anymore. One of the main ones being... one of the main mechanics that was in the game back then is, one, the game was 2 dimensions. It wasn't 3D at the time, so you didn't have Z levels. And so it was very similar to a map like this, and you dig from left to right, and there was a river first, and then after the river was a lava sea, or lava river. And then after the lava river was another thing. So I would have to have a map with a volcano that is the right shape with a river out front, and then I would have to do things like recreate floods, which aren't a mechanic in the game anymore. I would have to basically build pumps and pump water and lava into the right location and then cause a flood to happen. And I don't know. To me, I'm just really compelled by the idea. Like, I think that would be a really weird but also interesting fort to run. So that's all. That's something I've thought about recreating. But as far as like real life locations, I don't know. Probably not. It's a ramp. I need a floor. I mean, Archspire Travenoid? I did make a video of that one, but that was back when my videos were less edit intensive. So it's just me reading the story and not reading great because my reading isn't the best. Or rather, I should have done more re-records, but I recorded that video in one sitting, basically, so. The dev, or not the dev, the guy who made it bought me a beer after I made that video. So yeah, making that video was worth it. Friend of the channel, one could say. Battle in the Lord of the Rings. I think I'm much less likely to try and recreate something from Lord of the Rings. Because, like, the scale of things like Moria is very different to the scale of Dwarf Fortress. And yeah, it's Dwarf Fortress is loosely based on the events of something like Moria. But I don't know. To me, the scale's a bit off there. I don't know, Chad, have you ever tried to recreate something? Or have you ever recreated something successfully? In Dwarf Fortress? You've tried, but with little luck. I drew a Pikachu once. I saw a fort once that was an animated Donkey Kong, and every floor level was a different frame of Donkey Kong's animation. That was pretty cool. Now that's art. Oh, totally. It was really fun watching them go up and down through the Z levels. But this was years ago, back when the game was still ASCII, so it looked quite a bit different than now, but... So this is going to be where the lava enters. I feel like this should be one deeper. Like I should have another layer of wall before I fill this up with lava. But we're getting there. Can it run Doom? Can Dwarf Fortress run Doom? No, not, well, I mean, could you recreate frames of Doom? I mean, that would require more artistic brain power than I think I have. You know what's funny is, like, I was on the Something Awful forums not too long ago. Also, ominous, there's a streamer on Twitch named Further Reading who is an active poster on the Something Awful forums. Like, kind of a very active poster on the Something Awful forums, because I kept seeing him when I was, like, scrolling around on Something Awful looking for Caves of Cut stuff. Was, like, kind of surprising to me. I was like, wow, huh. A calculator in Dwarf Fortress? Yeah. I mean, Just go look up Armok invaders on YouTube. That is the classic. Wait, someone made what? Indoor Fortress? You did what? It's Armok invaders. Armok invaders is something. Someone I used to chat with quite a bit also made a calculator in Roller Coaster Tycoon. So, you know. It's funny how many video games people have made calculators in. Just getting this sealed off. Okay, you link up to this and then pull. How much power do we need? 227. That should be fine. I have enough power for this. Once this is hooked up and this is disengaged, though, because I don't want this to auto-engage when I hook it up. And then this will dump lava into here. So we're going to be filling this sucker up in a minute. What do we think, chat? Aesthetically, does this look good? I mean, I'm going to probably slowly fill this in. But I think I'm happy with this, the way this looks. I think maybe I should put one more piece of basalt right there, and a piece of basalt right there, and a piece of basalt right there. Might as well just fill in the edges of this, because it's easy, and I can. But I think we've done it. I think I'll skip that spot, though. Where's my power source? I'm using windmills for once. I normally use water, but I'm using windmills. I normally use artificial rivers. I find infinite power generators to be a bit cheesy. Like, they're just too good and also kind of annoying to maintain, because I also find they tend to freeze and or evaporate, which I find really annoying. I think so. The problem with spilling healing elixir is liquids that are in like flasks and water skins are emptied when you reclaim a fort. Liquids that are in a barrel are exceptionally annoying to get out of a barrel. Although Chad has said that there's many methods. There's been methods over the years, but they've all been tedious and annoying. And if you pour liquids like blood or beer or basically anything, oh, okay, hold on. This needs to get unforbidden. If you pour liquids like beer or water or anything into a well like this one, it'll be gone when you reclaim the fortress. So because of that, it's kind of tricky. This dwarf is going to start a squad. About you? About you? Tough, agile, and strong. Doesn't care if others take the time. Okay, so you won't... Wait, actually, how do you feel about excitement? Stubborn. It's quite ambitious. Takes no pleasure in his talents and accomplishments. Little time for forgiveness. Could be considered rude. Doesn't care what others think of him. Yeah, we'll best keep you out of the military. This competition is reasonably important. Listing those needs. Yeah, nah. A no for you either. You're coming here to go drink. You're a proficient Marks Dwarf. Ooh, I do need a new Marks Dwarf. It's getting used to tragedy. Well, let's make you the leader of this. You. And you are going to be equipped with not melee weapons. We're going to give you crossbows. And I'm going to set both of these squads to train. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to say first one, you train there. Bottom one, you train here. Also what? Yeah, okay. Time to go get your stuff there, Dwarf. Go pick up your equipment. You're a vampire, you're a vampire, you're a vampire. Are they all vampires? All but the Glazer. Glazy Dwarf. Hit me up if you need help with adventure mode stuff. I will. I mean, the only thing I think I really need help with is footage. Cooler. But so I don't know if I necessarily need you to help me with that. I don't know if you want to sit around and record high quality footage, but if I need help with explaining stuff, I'll give you a shout. And then let's also go here. Green zircons. Green zircons. That'll work. Yes is the simple answer to the question of is there a way to use poisons? No is the complicated one, or rather, there's no point. It takes hours for poisons to kick in. So if you're trying to use them in like fortress mode as part of combat, there's literally no reason to do that. Like, exactly, Cooler. There's kind of no reason to bother. Like, can you? Sure. Like, does it require a lot of finagling and tedium? Yes. Can you do it? Absolutely. Is there any real logical reason to do it? No. I'm also going to delete the library temporarily because a bunch of boulders are going to be falling into it, and I don't necessarily want to, like, drop rocks on people's heads. It's under construction right now. Wow, that was a... You know, sometimes just, like, if you have tendinitis, it kicks in. I just had the weirdest kick-in of tendinitis where it, like, went around my head twice. Like, I feel like it sounded like I just got abducted by aliens. It's a weird fucking sound. Jesus. Yeah, also to your own dwarves, because if their weapons are covered with Forgotten Beast dust, they're probably covered with beast dust too. That won't work, Travenoid. Because when items are traded to another faction, they're just magically unexisted. The game isn't that persistent. It's like, you want to be a villain, and I respect that, but the game isn't going to respect that decision. If you want to, like, time bomb a faction, what you kind of have to do is, like, infect a child with, like, a curse, like wereism or vampirism, and get them captured by a goblin, or expel dwarves to that location or do it in adventure mode. Like, that's the sort of thing that you can do in adventure mode. Adventure mode does allow stealing. What are you talking about? They just don't punish you for it. Artifacts are not magically unexisted. No, they appear in the location that it's being sent to. But they probably won't go to the location you're expecting. Although, sometimes stuff can be stolen and then, like, if kobolds steal a thing, it'll appear in a kobold cave. If a bird steals a thing, it'll unexist. If a bird steals an artifact, it'll be on your fortress map if you reclaim it. Stuff like that. If a dwarf gets kidnapped, it'll be somewhere in that location's prison. And you could go find them in adventure mode if you want. But they're basically, like, the discussion, Cooler, is like, is it possible to infect, like, is it possible to poison food and then sell it to the humans or something? I think the reality is, I think the reality is they should really patch the game so that you can't buy poisons. Because they're kind of a red herring in fort mode. How's your dwarf doing? I think they're still alive. All I'll say as far as running Doom and things, YouTube chat, I know that was 10 minutes ago. They should really put Doom in Excel. Because Microsoft owns id Software, and they own Doom, so Microsoft should put Doom in Excel. Even just like E1M1, like just episode 1, mission 1, like just something. Come on. Zacher is exceptionally happy, actually. He's currently meditating on Earth. In fact, maybe I should put you in the military, because you dream of mastering a skill and want martial training. How do you feel about stress? You do. You're very shy, and you're stingy with resources when working on projects. Can I put you in the military, Zacher? I need more happy dwarfs in the military. And you're happy, so I need to ruin that. You also want to practice martial arts, so... Go learn the talents of a Mark's dwarf. Actually, hold up. Man, I've got so many less livestock now that I butchered all those pigs. Oh shit, a force of vile darkness has arrived. Wait, what? Oh shit. Okay, that's scary. That's real scary, actually. And then they immediately left. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't want someone to make Doom in Excel, Cooler. I want Microsoft to port Doom to Excel. Because there's tons of random hidden stuff in Excel, and I want them to port Doom to Excel. Like, making Doom in Excel is not what I'm talking about. Okay, so there's Snatchers. Pupper spotted them. You've never been here before. This is the one that's been here many times. So let's follow the one that's been here many times. They're afraid reliving experiencing trauma. They saw trauma when they came here once. But You must just be really good at running, or maybe this goblin just knows the routes very well, because this goblin is, like, exceptionally successful at escaping here. Well, good luck. Squads return. You know, you guys are trying to give me solutions to my request from Microsoft, and they're not solutions. Until somebody can just turn on Microsoft Excel and type in a command and then Doom runs. It launches Doom without you having to do any alternative shenanigans or sideload anything. My request isn't fulfilled. My request is I want them to port Doom directly to Microsoft Excel. So, you know. Come here to die. That goblin just enjoys witnessing their friends die. Hey, you know, it's a living, you know? It's probably safer to not be in the goblin pits than... and, like, attempting to steal children from a dwarven fortress than it is to be in the goblin pits. I mean, murder isn't legal here, whereas it is there. So they're just constantly at risk of being stabbed to death by their own overlord most of the time. Where are we going here, Dwarf? Filling that up. Cool. I saw a meme about the right corner of Excel being found, and it's possible to put the text in that box and then print to eat all the paper. Wait, does it print grids on all of the paper, or does it just print blank paper? Like, what does it print? That is like the most someone spent too much time on a YouTube video pitch that I've heard in a while. All inked paper. Oh, that's awful. So basically, like, that's what you do when you quit your office job that you hate, is what you're telling me. That's the information I'm gleaning from this. Human caravan has arrived. I think we're going to get at least 2, maybe 3 human caravans. This is getting hooked up. Probably needs 1 more log. So once this is done being hooked up, I can then just pull this lever, and then we can start this sucker up. Although it's taking a while because they've got a long walk to put her together. I mean, they got to walk all the way over to here. There you are. Let's go, Narc. You know, I kind of like that, Deadlies. I kind of like that it doesn't... I kind of like this is me being weird, I guess, but I actually like the fact that I have to think about how I'm going to lay out my scaffolding to build a construction. Like, it makes digging out and smoothing areas underground being the path of least resistance, which I think is a good thing. It makes building above ground seem like, not like the antithesis of what dwarves do, but like, it makes it feel almost wrong in a way to build above ground because, like, well, dwarves don't do that. Like, you know, if dwarves are doing that, then something is deeply wrong, because building like above ground like that is just so complicated and challenging. But yeah, I get it. I will say that I think the pathing in Dwarf Fortress is kind of awesome, though. I don't think it gets enough credit, personally. Okay, so another human caravan has arrived. There's now 2, and the lady consort from that second human caravan has also arrived. And I think it's time for me to pull a lever and start the lava flowing. What do you think, chat? You guys ready to fill up this pond? I don't have any way of draining it, so... What? That's the way they're using to enter the fort? I don't know if I necessarily agree that that is the best method of entering the fortress, but hey. If they feel it is, then who am I to judge? Oh, that's the level with the window on it. I got it. Also, it's a good thing we didn't get attacked there, actually, because that probably would have not killed the fort, but they would have been able to just walk in this way. Which would have been bad. If you type in letters, dot, and then letters, Twitch thinks it's a link. Twitch chat under the hood is literally just IRC, which isn't exactly the smartest chat in the world. Yuvesh the Glazer. So Yuvesh the Glazer hasn't slept yet. Okay, you are hungry and drowsy, though. I was going to say, are you, like, not actually a vampire or something? So, Yuvesh has chosen death. Mayhaps I can save their life. Nope. Do I lock them in here? Or do I let some lucky vampire eat? Goddess Todd, thanks for the 25th month. Welcome back. Type in the word eat or the word live. Or, you know. Show of hands. What do you think? And YouTube chat, I'll give you guys a poll. Let them eat cake. Do I have to rename the dwarf to Cake? She does have a spouse who lives here, who is a vampire. Well, it seems to be pretty overwhelming. Seems Mebseth got it. Rest in peace, Yuvesh. He's also gonna go report his own crime. How about we rename this dwarf to Cake? Because that one's dead now, so it's too late. Oops. Also, the Vampire Fish Dissector and the Vampire Siege Operator, Moldath, and Odom have been married. Congratulations. This is the most weddings I've had in a fort in a very long time. The dead dwarf counted as a wedding feast, I suppose. The humans want to barter with me. Do you guys have any fun pets? I just realized I haven't looked in a while. Or at least maybe not at this faction. Nothing giant. Do you guys have grizzly bears? No. Well, that's unfortunate. Fine then. Let's just say, bring me. I'll just stick to bring me wood. Just bring me logs. Those are useful. And here I'm gonna say, bring clothing. It's time to sell them my used socks and shoes. And the last thing I think I'm going to do is actually bring items, armor. It's all just iron armor, mostly goblinite. We'll just bring that. Okay. Are the vamps doing well? I think the vampires are doing well. The final thing I have to do is I have to go up to here, channel this down, and then go up to here and then channel up and dig all the ramps out, with the exception of the stairs, so they can get in and out. And obviously not this. And then I can start the whole thing up. Oh shit, I got choirs. Like, a bunch more than I realized I had. I think I'm going to make silver book bindings. Because I'm curious. I've got kind of a lot of choirs in the fort now. I didn't realize I had so many. Yeah, kind of quite a few. I should bind those books. But Rambo Ambo, yeah, I would say that the dwarves are doing pretty okay. I mean, there's been some calamities, some worse than others in this fort today, and there's been some well, okay. The last calamity was right before I started today, so the last calamity was at the end of the last fort. But right now I think things are kind of going okay-ish. Certainly could be going a lot worse. Of course, they could also be going a lot better. But the fact that everybody's vampires in the fortress hasn't collapsed yet, in and of itself, is kind of a miracle. So I hope that Rambo Ambo is also doing well. Congratulations on making it to the extra bonus fun time surprise stream that wasn't planned. That I'm doing because I didn't stream long enough yesterday and I feel bad. Is basalt lava safe? I know I could just go check, but also apparently my mayor forgot a demand. Apparently my mayor had a demand that I didn't fulfill and they forgot about it. Whoops. Friday guilt stream? Kinda, yeah. So if they're lava safe, then I really should transport all of those out. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something I haven't done in a while. I'm going to grab this stockpile.
Yes, you are the stone stockpile. Although I'm a little bit offended at the fact that I had metal ores in there. And this stone stockpile is going to be expanded slightly, a lot. And then I'm going to go into here and I'm going to turn up this number. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to type in wheelbarrow. I need more wheelbarrows. So let's go here and type in copper wheelbarrow. And just type in 40. I've also got an artifact that's beginning. And I'm going to bring some traders over. So what's going to happen is every single dwarf, basically, they're already doing it, is going to go store an item in stockpile. We're just going to put all of these boulders into here, is what's happening. So I'm just going to clear this out so that I can actually just have them in the fort instead of having to forbid them. Then we'll fill this up. You're crying over what? Oh, like the giant stockpile? Build a temple and put some altars and smooth the floor and engrave to push the value, but the temple, it doesn't end the petition. You have to click on the petition and accept it. And they won't accept it until you hit the value that it needs to hit. So the first level is 2,000, and if they ask for a temple complex, it needs to be 10,000, unless you're playing on hard economy, which just makes the value higher. And then you have to assign a noble, which is a green button. A green button appears, and then you have to assign somebody to be a religious figure attached to that temple. Once you've assigned the religious figure, then it'll work. Until then, it won't. Since I'm doing this anyways, I'm just going to cut this down one further because I can. And I want to. I will make sure that the stairs are not getting destroyed in a second. And we'll also get rid of this and go to this and do that. What's fighting? An eagle. Okay. That dwarven gods can be available for chosen mode. I know very little about the chosen mode stuff, to be completely frank with you. The chosen mode stuff is a lot of unknown quantities and also a lot of unfinished features. If you want to play as a chosen dwarf, I had one once, but they could only be as part of a human faction. Right now, it seems like in order for the chosen stuff to work, you have to be part of a very specific, a faction with a very specific set of circumstances. Now, will it always be that way? Not necessarily, but right now that's the case. So because right now that's the case, I think the reality is if you want to play as a dwarf but also be a chosen, you should just make sure that you play as a human faction, would be my advice. Press escape, Beepo, hit settings, go to announcements, pick the thing that you feel like you're missing a lot, and then tell it to be a pop-up or pause or recenter. Recenter recenters the screen onto the announcement, pause pauses the game, and pop-up just gives you the pop-up notification. So if you feel like, you know, you want to know when a lever is pulled, you can pop that. Just whatever you do, don't make it so that like a dwarf attacks something Otherwise, it'll like you'll pop up every single time they're training. No, it's totally fine. How do wheelbarrows work? Why are they not used for hauling big items and tasks? Wheelbarrows are assigned to stockpiles, and they take up a space in the stockpile. So if there's a wheelbarrow available, every stockpile that has a wheelbarrow, quote, assigned to it, will take a wheelbarrow. So a wheelbarrow will be delivered there by a dwarf. Once it's in that stockpile, anything that needs to be hauled to that stockpile, that wheelbarrow can be used. They won't, and by default, they only have one assigned. So if I have 40 wheelbarrows and 35 stockpiles, and each of the stockpiles requires one wheelbarrow, then only one job can be used for that stockpile at a time. But these are all vampires, and they're also strong that actually I'm looking at them and how quickly they're moving, and having a wheelbarrow might be kind of redundant, actually. It may actually be redundant. I'm also going to make another farmer's shop down here to speed up my, maybe 2. Make some farmer shops down here to speed up the process of making fabric, because clothing industry is currently the bane of my existence. There's blood on the ground. Yeah, so all these dwarves are just hauling boulders. Greg and then some, hello! Your dwarf died at the end of the last stream, unfortunately. Okay, so once this final layer is dug out, I kind of want to dig more. Man, once I start digging, I'm just like, keep digging. It's almost like I'm playing a game about being a dwarf. It's almost like. All right, let them keep digging. Just so that we can have lava show up in as many places down here as possible, because it's just too easy to do this right now. And it's gonna look real cool if I do this. This is the problem with big projects in Dwarf Fortress, is you start making a bunch of big projects and then you realize, oh shit, if I do this way, it'll look 10 times cooler. Like, it's gonna just be way more interesting to look at if I do it this way. Okay, I kind of don't like that. This is ridiculous. I should stop. Greg, you should stop. Know when to stop. Know when to stop. Know when to stop. Know when to stop. He says. And then he doesn't. There's an ad break running, so you guys can't tell that I'm not stopping. It's one of those things that's going to be hard to do a second time. Okay. This is gonna look pretty cool. Okay, so like hauling will be way quicker if I dig through this wall right here. Just need to fill this in after the fact. And hang out with the puppets. You know the you know the Muppets IRL. We'll see you when we see you, Ice Blue. Take care of yourselves. Puppets, not puppets. Okay, got it. Shoutouts to spell check. Puppers. There you go. Pro tip, Ice Blue. Go into your contacts on your phone and make a contact with no phone number in it. And write the word puppers. Then your phone will think it's a contact and a name. So because your phone thinks it's a name, not only will it not autocorrect it, it'll capitalize it. Which is why I've had a contact in my phone for years that just says fuck, so it doesn't autocorrect to duck. Good times. Although apparently you can just like disable that now in like autocorrect, but also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Greg and then some? Keeping that sub alive for 3 months. The Forgotten Beast, Asmir, Bekera, has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of ash. It has mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Oh no! The Twilight of Secrets. Well, it's going to keep its secrets because it's going to die very suddenly. We're going to roadkill this. I don't know, like 2 taps on your phone to add a contact isn't exactly a lot of trouble, but maybe people think it's trouble now because nobody communicates via phone anymore. They just communicate via WhatsApp. Nyonk. Well, that was easy. Well done there, Dwarf. Be merry, that Dwarf says. Be merry. Did you hit it more than once? Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with a spear and it breaks. I think they broke it. All right. I know I kind of teased that I was going to start filling this, and now I'm just, like, not doing that because I'm instead, like, continuing to dig, but, I mean, come on. That's all I got to say is, I mean, come on. Green glass looks so good. Clear glass looks so much better. I just can't be asked to make it most of the time. It's all andesite, but I'll just make this out of granite. It's fine. Not a bad migrant wave, too. You know, I don't actually think I've seen crystal glass in this version of the game. At least not in one of my forts. I may have seen it in somebody else's on a stream or something. But I don't really make crystal glass ever. Like, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've made it, because it's very rare that I do glass anyways, let alone, like, glass where I happen to have access to rock crystal, of all fucking things. So, it's certainly a pretty unique set of circumstances that would ever lead to me making rock crystal. It's just more pretentious. It probably I've always just assumed that it would look the same as clear glass, but you are correct in the pretentious bit. Maybe even less pretentious and more just try hard. Well, look at you putting effort into the video game you like playing. It looks a bit different. You believe you used it once. Well, if you're making crystal glass, you might as well make clear glass as well and have the comparison, because the process is already half done if you've made one of them. Okay, so another forgotten beast has come. This one's called Aquila, a towering quadruped composed of ash. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Stop me if you've heard that one before. 2 dwarves, really? Is that it? Huh. Well, okay. Okay, well, this one can't get into the fort. This thing's just going to go die to a troglodyte or something. I should really break into that cavern layer at some point, because there's so much useful stuff down there. Okay, wait, like... How are you not full of boulders? Stockpile 23. What stockpile is this? Stockpile 25. Oh, I just realized I fucked up. How long has that been that way? Okay, no, never mind. I didn't fuck up. Well, actually, I sort of did. I don't know how long this stockpile has been fucked up, but this stockpile is fucked up. This should just be an other stone stockpile right here. Because they are using the minecart and just redistributing out. This is all one big stockpile instead of 2. So now it's working as it's supposed to. Man, I feel like an idiot. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere. Well, actually, it's probably 5:13 somewhere, but... All right, well, that's going to fix that problem. All right. Well, it's going to take a while to haul all that out. Yeah, okay. So you missed the 5 o'clock somewhere then YouTube chat. But it's 5:08 when you type that in. But now it's what, 5:15? Anyway, enjoy your burr if that's what you're doing, YouTube chat. Also, let's see if I've made my minimum. I presume I have after that hype train, but let me just double check. Yep, we've cleared the minimum. Cheers, chat. Thanks for that. And combine that with the YouTube stream and the super chats from earlier today. We've done well today, so thank you. You've made this extra stream worth it. I start them with records spinning as well, Am I a record collector? Yeah, I have a humble collection of like 300 some odd records. On stream, I only play the video game soundtracks though, because that's the only stuff I can get away with playing without getting like shot into the sky by some self-important, self-serving record label. Yeah, well, I say humble because it's nothing crazy. I mean, a lot of the records I have are used. I got a bunch for free. I do own some new stuff and some other stuff that's like quote valuable, but it's nothing absurd. I do also have a man, Cake committed a crime. That's funny. I do, or did actually admit their crime. I do. What's the word? I consider myself a music collector more so than a record collector. Like, and I like every part of the hobby. I also repair analog audio devices as a fun thing I do on the side for myself. But yeah, I don't know. Hard work and tears. Yeah, some record labels, hard work and tears. What genre of music? Good music. Ticket stub collector. I mean, I go to concerts. I've never collected ticket stubs. Ticket stubs were basically done by the time I started going to concerts. Which is kind of a shame on some fronts, but also, is what it is. This right here should have no bins in it. I feel like I've done that a couple of times now. This should also have no bins in it. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Both the newbies is now vampies. Welcome to the fortress. Now go grab a boulder. There's rocks to be hauled. Okay. Let's do stones. There's 865 basalt. I'm going to set these all to be dumped, but I'm not actually going to dump them. I'm going to go down to this, and I'm going to get rid of that dump zone, which is the main dump zone. And I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way. Which is set this as the garbage dump. And I'm also going to remove all the dump trash from there and just say remove all of the dump from there and say good luck. Get all this basalt out of here. We'll leave the granite in here and just burn it. Some records from your wife's parents and grandparents, and they treated records like they were used CDs, like we used to treat used CDs. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, your concept of the value of something it's a personal thing, and everybody values things differently. So if some people, like I also have CDs and I also have tapes. And when I say tapes, I mean cassettes. And I treat them all maybe too well for what they are. I'm like maybe almost more protective of my tape collection than I am of my record collection in some ways. Because I like my records, but tapes are what I actually have nostalgia for. Well, this is going to take time. but we're getting to it. Stacked and stretched. Yeah, that makes sense. My parents took pretty damn careful care of the records that they had. The problem was, by the time I inherited their record stuff, none of them were really left. Wait, what? Jasper never got buried? Wow. Because they gave their, like, great cut, like, their second cousin or something from Germany just a pile of records, and she took them all just for free. Like, they basically gave their collection away when they had kids, which is, like, you know, fair. But, like, then she sold them all. So it's one of those... Do I blame them? I don't know. Having kids is time consuming. And kids are going to destroy that stuff anyway. But, you know. I mean, you got them as like, oh, wow, this is me in the 2000s about the CDs. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I treated a lot of CDs I had as a kid as shit. Like shit. Like disposable trash, too. It's called growing up, you know? And besides, you know, music for a lot of people, even like, right? The only reason people are not horrible to their copies of music now is because they don't own copies of music now. The reason people aren't horrible with that stuff is because nobody owns it anymore. You just stream music off of Spotify. Just is what it is. It's a different world, I guess. Your family kept everything? Yeah, I mean, keeping everything has its own problems, but I've been trying very hard to not get into film cameras, so don't tempt me. But like, I'm not even saying that as like a joke. Like, I need to not have another vintage electronic hobby because I already own 3 point and shoots. Like digital point and shoots, like late 2000s. I have a Nikon that was made in 2011 and a Canon from 2009. One which I bought used at the thrift store for not much money, and the other one was free. And I really like them because they're just plug and play. You plug it in and load the photos off. Like they take micro SDs. They're great. I like them if I don't want to bring my phone somewhere but want to be able to take photos. You know, over 10. I don't actually know how many tracks I own. I know how many records I've bought through Bandcamp. My Bandcamp's popular there, or public if you want to go look at it. The Bandcamp is more up to date than my Discogs, though. My Discogs is like kind of really out of date. It's also linked beneath the stream. But quick question: are you planning on playing the Dark Ages mod? I don't really have any interest in it. Like mods like that don't really do much for me. Welcoming. I'll play the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod if that ever gets updated. Discogs is so overpriced. It highly depends on who you buy from. Discogs is like eBay. You buy from people who have the thing that you want. The last thing I bought on Discogs was a copy of 90125 by Yes, and that cost me like $8 and like dollars in shipping. It was like $5 shipping or something, and it was in fair condition. UGDPY is tantruming. So, you know, it depends on who you buy from. Yeah, the thing that I really kick myself about is my parents had a really, really, really nice stereo setup. They had a really, really, really nice amplifier. And you DJ, so Bandcamp is essential. Fair enough. My parents had a really, really nice amplifier. Like it was a really old Pioneer. And I have the manual for it and the receipt from when my dad bought it, but my dad sold it years ago. Really nice Pioneer amplifier that's like $4,000 now. A really nice tape deck and a really nice like receiver amplifier, which they used as a radio. And a really nice set of 4 large, realistic brand speakers. And I really, really, really wish they didn't get rid of that stuff. And I really, really, really wish that me and my sisters didn't blow out those speakers. Because, man, what I would give to have those speakers now. You have a copy of Fire Emblem POR. I don't know what POR means, but or which one POR is, but I'm presuming it's a Fire Emblem game. Not one I played, I guess. That's gonna be your kid's college payment Sunday. Careful. I don't know how much more video games will go up in value, but true, a lot of searching, I guess, but I find people take the piss on there. Depends on if you're buying from stores or collectors that are just trying to off stuff, like get rid of stuff. Like if it's collectors that are just trying to get rid of extra stuff they don't want, then they sell it at a fair price, right? If you're buying from people that are basically eBay sellers, then yeah, of course it's gonna be expensive. Path of Radiance. Oh, it's the one for the GameCube. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I never played that one. I played Sacred Stones and then the ones on the DS. The ones on the 3DS, rather. Or the first one on the 3DS, Awakening. I didn't play the other ones. Because honestly, they got too horny for me. So I stopped. All right. So it looks like the basalt is all out of here. I'm going to go into here now and forbid all this. It's finally time for me, little old me, to see if I can send the fire in here and fill this place up completely. And then I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to remove it from the burrow. And then I'm going to go up to here. Okay, this can all stay in the burrow, but this needs to go. It would be easier to just get rid of the whole floor, but, you know, here we are. Okay, now let's just make sure it's not going to leak. Just need to get these done. There's a few over here I got to forbid. And then I go flip the switch. I have a complete in box Super Mario World for the Super Nintendo. But I don't consider that mine. It's my cousin's. I saved it from my grandma because she was going to take all that stuff to the thrift store. So I saved it plus a few other things from her right before that stuff was all taken to the thrift store. So, child, I need you to leave. If you stay here, you're going to die. Chat, do I turn the lava on and just hope the child moves? Or do I hope they actually leave? Because they have the opportunity to leave right now. They could, in fact, leave right now. Some of it won't ever go down in value. Some of it I think will be corrected. The child moved. I think some of it's going to get a correction at some point, and I think that's fine. I think some of that stuff is overvalued right now. But stuff will always go down in value. And there's one very simple reason as to why stuff will always go down in value. 80 years ago, there was a lot of people saying that their Elvis stuff collection would never go down in value. Unless you were alive to remember when Elvis was alive in the current year, you probably don't give a shit about collecting Elvis stuff. And all that stuff's basically being given away now. So, like, to a degree, there's some truth in certain items will never go down in value. But when it's a age-linked hobby like that, it won't go down in value, asterisk, for a long time. Oh, no, totally. The truly rare stuff. Just like the truly rare video games will, like, maintain, like, not indefinite, but a much more rock-solid value for a much longer period of time. You know? Stuff like stadium events or stuff that, like, never had a lot of copies made. Or, like, rare video games. But even then, a lot of the rarest video games nobody gives a shit about. Like, nobody cares about NBA Elite. Kaima! I hope you are in good health and good spirits. Love from the Midwest US. I'm alright. Doing okay. Not stricken by melancholy or nothing. Just kind of stressed, waiting for this month to be over. Alright, let's turn on the pumps. And hope nobody gets burned. So who gets to do the honors of pulling the lever? It seems like it's guilty judge. It's time for the lava to flow. Corridor for your fort, boulder traps and weapon traps, and it's been 2 years since the game's last large goblin invasion. Go invade the goblins. You got to encourage them. They're often very reluctant fortress enders. So if they're being reluctant, well then, give them a reason to attack you. So, here's something fun. Check this out. This is the snow melting on the surface. And it begins. I don't think I accidentally cornered anything. Some ads are going to run in a moment, so I'll pause the game when the ads run. Yeah, it's going pretty quick, too. Something caught fire. Hopefully that wasn't anybody important. Dread Victorian. I'm going to throw you a bone here. Going to give you an opportunity to get back inside. Only if you want to. I mean, what? You should be able to, oh, I see. No, you can't actually walk in there. All right, I failed with my attempt to give you a way in, so I will give you a second attempt to get a way in. Also, I'm in an ad break, so I'll pause. DF Sports, it's in the magma. It's in the lava. Anyway, I'm going to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Because we're in an ad break anyway, now's a good time. You know, I've been thinking about this a little bit recently. It's flooding a large portion of the map because you dug a small channel for your river. Yep, that'll happen. Water is fun. Liquids in Dwarf are fun. I've been thinking about this. I genuinely think that the most important change that's been made to adventure mode as part of the, like, updates that are coming out, the most important change and the most, like, long-term important change is easily the fact that there's now presets for characters. Like, as of this update, there's now presets for characters, so you can, like... Okay, this needs to be forbidden. Let's try this again and just use the block that's right there. There's now presets for characters, so if you start a run, instead of having to essentially put together like all of your skills and know what the skills do and what skills you need, there's now just archetypes, which are just presets, basically. I think that might be the most important change. Like, the most important addition. I can start the library back up again. Can you also save your own presets? I don't think so, but that would be cool. I didn't see a save button. Because, like, there's different archetypes. You can edit them where it automatically assigns your traits and skills. They all include reading, which is important. And then once those are assigned, you can then... What's the word? Instead of having to... and then if you don't want to do that, the other option is you can start as a blank slate and then assign all your skills as you did before, which is cool. Can vampires read necromancer stuff? As long as the vampire can read, yeah. You can have a necropire or a vamp romancer or whatever. I had a vampire necromancer mayor who showed up and then I immediately threw off of a bridge. It's not what I wanted to do. Hit the wrong button. All right. Well, that adds some really nice color to the fort. Wait, really? I didn't know that. Like, you can learn to read by just, like, failing to read repeatedly? That used to not be the case. Huh. So I'll bet you could do that with a book then, too. I wonder how long that's been a thing. Has that always been a thing, or am I crazy? I may just be crazy. But Jesus. The more you know. Neat. Thanks for sharing your wisdom. So now this is just going to slowly fill up. Where are we pulling from and how is this doing filling-wise? Okay, so this is finally starting to empty out a little bit. I may want to pause this for a little bit. Then let it keep filling a little bit later. I think I'm going to expand this Tavern Time burrow to cover this and out to here. And I'm going to put the dwarves in Tavern Time. And what that actually means is we're not actually in Tavern Time. We're not getting a vacation. But what we are getting is fucking put all these boulders through the infinite stockpile we have here. So get your asses into here, dwarfs. And move them boulders. after you pull that lever. No, I know what the signs are. But yeah, no, that would mean then if you can learn by just failing to read repeatedly, then that would mean that you could learn by failing to read a book or a scroll as well. So, no, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Doesn't matter how long you play this game, you still learn things. And also that'll save me from accidentally spreading false information, so thank you. Just let this sucker fill back up. Which shouldn't take too long. As the rest of the dwarves slowly crawl their butts down here. UGDPY is throwing yet another tantrum. So, thanks to Piracy, you're just a new player. You bought the official one after 4 days after playing a torrent. Do me a huge favor. I'm not gonna punish you this time, but please don't. If you're going to refer to piracy in my chat, call it the Swedish Public Library, or like YAR or something. But certain things can get me in trouble on certain platforms that I happen to be streaming on 2 of. If you promote actively that stuff. So just try not to make that a common mode of discussion in my chat if possible. That'd be great. But welcome to the fold of the dwarfing. This is one of those games where like you don't need any other games if you get into it enough. Which is I don't know, maybe a blessing and a curse at some point, but running around babbling, hey? Oh, there, ghost. It's gonna take them a little while to get rid of all this stuff, but they'll get there. Your manager's getting his ass kicked by a tantruming child in a tavern brawl. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll certainly happen. Seem to be missing trading with everybody this month. That's okay. By the ocean, infinite muscles for shellcrafts, just waiting to accidentally flood your fort. There you go. Oceans are pretty cool. If you haven't, Klingzog, reload or do this, hit this, and then turn on ASCII and have a look at the ocean. One of the sad things about the graphics is you can't see the waves, and the waves look awesome in ASCII. How are we doing on this thing filling? It's getting there. Got so many dwarves. So many. Is nobody serving alcohol? What? Okay, one of my servers is nuts, but 2 of them actually. Just gonna set the military to be off duty for a little bit. Give them a break. $164 kills, good lord. Well, this is expanding this pretty nice and quickly. You can also see the direction that rivers are flowing in ASCII too. Span through the whole Giant Swan Discog after linking it yesterday. They're great. They're so fucking good! Holy shit! Somebody I need to listen to more in the weird, like... We use weird sounds to make electronic music vein is, Vessel. The Golden Dogs, I think, is his second album. It's so fucking good. That and Holy Fuck, but more people know who Holy Fuck is than Vessel. Vessel, especially the Golden Dogs, is like if you took the Nier Automata soundtrack and made it into chamber music. What do I do outside of streaming? In what regard? Like hobbies? Or just in general? Assuming curses do indeed stack, does that mean it's possible to have a werebeast, vampire, necromancer? Yes. Which is also terrifying because although the werebeast, vampire, necromancer probably wouldn't live very long. The way they, well, you could only probably do that in adventure mode because to become a were creature, you'd have to get cursed by a god first, because it's pretty likely you'd die if you got into combat with one in fortress mode. Then you'd have to consume vampire blood to become a vampire, and then you'd have to read a book to become a necromancer. Or in any particular order. Whereas in fortress mode, if they're a necromancer, they can't become a vampire in fortress mode. And they're very likely to die to a were creature. So you basically have to do it in adventure mode, but you could probably do it. Forgotten Beast has come. This one has a poison bite. It's Akon Sostabasmos. Sure. A gigantic scaly spider. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Its slate gray scales are small and set far apart. Beware its poison bite. Does that mean that you shoot webs? Just Megu Kit, hello. Good day. No. Once cursed, you're cursed. At least the last time I tried, it said, like, the god just, like, rejected me. So it's like, nope. No, you've had your curse. Well, I guess that answers that question, and that also just killed that traitor. Well, that's a shame. I'm going to lock... Whoop. Okay, well, you can just go die, I guess. I was gonna say, I'm just gonna lock this door. That's what I recall doing, but it was also a long time ago. I don't really find being cursed that interesting in adventure mode. It just kind of makes adventure mode easy. So, like, it's one of those things where it's fun to do once. But outside of the first time you do it, it's like, at least for me, it stopped being interesting after the first time. Let's give all my squads a break so you can listen to stories and whatnot. Let's turn off the burrow for a little bit. Just get that ghost dealt with. You know what? Screw it. We'll just leave the burrow off for some time. Because that's what we need done. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something I've messed around with. You'd have to ask somebody who's more versed in adventure mode than me. I know the basics, and I know how to play. But when it comes to the minutia of, like, stacking curses and stuff, I'm not the person to ask, to be honest. Because I like adventure mode, but there's parts of adventure mode I don't find that interesting, and that's one of them. Just get rid of that ghost, please. was gonna say, frame rate just slowed down kind of considerably. What just happened? Interesting. Frame rate suddenly going down to 30 is highly suspicious. Highly suspicious. Impending invaders? Possibly. Or nothing. Or a dwarf is stuck somewhere. Or something's burning. Or there's too many tasks of one particular type. Or they're trying to do something that they can't complete. Or somebody got stuck somewhere. Like, I locked the caverns, right? It could be the caverns. Like, if I unlock this, will the frame rate come back? Nope. So it's not that. I don't know. It could be elves attacking. Do I have any merchants on the map? Nope. There's Kias. So they could be trying to steal something. Oh. It's probably the Kias. It's probably the Kias stealing my shit. Yep. It's the Kias stealing my stuff. I guarantee you it's the Kias stealing my stuff. They're stealing my books. 100%. Well, thankfully they only stole copies of those books, so I have multiples. Oopsies, that is not what I wanted to hit. Wrong button. First orc with IKEA-only furniture made out of wood will be sold. Wait, what? A migrant has arrived. I feel like I hit my migrant cap. Let's just get this all sealed up and it'll be a non-issue. It's going to be fun watching this fill and watch all of the snow slowly melt. How many Kias is still on the maps? Still kind of a few. Well, we'll just leave the military here for a little bit. It'll be fine. Could also lock this for right now. I'm also going to go over here. And over here. So that I can get a floor tile on that so I can put more windows. When they steal your anvils, also how? Oh, trust me, that's the least of your concerns. I presume they just killed it. Because I saw them running up the stairs. It may have also scared it away instead of killing it, but... Let's also get rid of this, and that. The Kias are getting into the library because the ceiling is open. Kias can steal any item. If it exists, they'll steal it. Even like a plant. Honestly, I'm just really happy that Kias only steal your stuff. Because in reality, Kias are very destructive, right? Like, they're kind of like cats. They see a thing that they can move and they try to move it. Or they see a thing that they think they can break and they try to break it. Or they see a thing that they think they can disassemble and they disassemble it. Yeah, you and Elfie both stated that, like, within a minute. But the reality is, like, there are videos on YouTube of Kias disassembling cars. Like, pulling the insulation out of the windows and, like shimmying the mirrors out and, like, basically carjacking them. And, like, disassembling small electronic devices and shit. So I'm just really happy that all they do is steal your stuff and they don't show up and start ripping your doors off the hinges. Because imagine if they could, like, break buildings in Dwarf Fort. Like, think about that. They could be so much worse. If anything, we're getting off easy. I just gotta say it. Like, if anything, we're getting off easy. Yeah, it just removes the mechanism from the device. And intelligence, Elfie. No, I'm not calling your favorite fur baby dumb, but Kia's smart. I may also be calling your favorite fur baby dumb, but... Let's just keep placing all of this. And then that's the top one. And then you right here. You go there. I do actually have some rock crystals. But me finishing up these walls will stop these stupid parrots from being able to steal my stuff, so... I like how everybody's just like, oh no, impending invaders. When, like, the frame rate dropped, because I was like, uh-oh, that's concerning. And in reality, it's literally just a bunch of parrots. It's like... Because it could be a stealth army of, like, of 150 elves, or it could be parrots here to steal my socks. One or the other. Definitely not both. All right. Progress is being made. You're just wondering what to do for your next fort? Upside down pyramid or ocean spanning bridge? Whatever you think would be more interesting as a backdrop for a story that you want to tell. Would you use the bridge? I'd say ocean spanning bridge. Are you making a tomb for somebody? Then make a pyramid. Uh-oh. I need this to not cave in. Okay. So I can now construct this into a suicide device for the fort. Which was the entire intent here from the get-go. Is I could set it up so that I could, like, drop a piece of flooring through here into here. And it would fill this entire thing up and then erupt into the whole fort eventually. And that wouldn't even be hard to do. Like, that would be very easy to do now. So, that's exciting. Wikipedia has of a Kia investigating a tourist. I mean, I have a Nokia flip phone. Am I a super old phone? Let's pull this lever again. It's always UGDPY tantruming. Kias have stolen people's passports. I mean, you know, I'd be willing to bet they're probably similar to cats in that if they get a loud negative response to something dumb that they're doing, they probably do it more. It's like, oh, look, person mad because I stole passport. Well, must steal passport again because entertainment. I'm a bird, caw-caw. Hi, Hobo, how are you? We're talking about parrots stealing people's passports. Kias, more specifically. Anyway, how you doing, dude? How's things? Chat, I'm moving. What's the date today? Man. YouTube, quit crashing on Motorola, please. On not on Motorola. On Mozilla Firefox, please. That would be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. I move in 15 days. Jesus Christ. Woo! I mean, yay! I'm stressed. Okay. Moving is a lot of work. And I'm in an ad break now. Did an ocean bridge connect two islands and it actually works? Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it lets you attack things on the other side and also it's helpful for adventurers. I'd say out of all of those goals, upside down pyramid or ocean bridge, I would say ocean bridge is the more practical of the two. Just the other day, you realized that you were unsubbed from your main source of F1 news, Formula Dank, and the fact that Melbourne is the first race again completely flew past you. Oh, really? I knew about that because I don't watch the Sky Sports feed when I'm watching the races, Hobo. But I do listen to the Sky Sports podcast, and they're pretty good about that stuff because they post a lot of like driver interviews and like old driver interviews and stuff on their podcast, which I quite like. And generally that stuff's pretty good, except for when they hire stupid people, but. Also, I like the fact that Formula Dank is your main source of F1 news. But yeah, I'm happy Melbourne's the first race again. I really don't like all of the races in like the oil baron countries. I find those to be not They're not bad races, all of them, but they make me feel icky. These statues may actually end up getting melted if I don't turn this off. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. What did you grab? Limewood, highwood, and citrines. What? Really? That's it? All right. I'm also going to get rid of this whole stockpile. I don't know exactly what that setting does. You'd have to... If you go to the wiki, there's a portion of the wiki called Advanced World Gen. Whenever I do stuff in Advanced World Gen, I have that tab open on the wiki, and when I see a setting that I can't remember what it does, or exactly what it does, or how exactly it works, or how it interfaces with something else, I Control F and type in the words for that setting, and the wiki will tell you. Oh no. The Dwarf Woodcrafter Vampire has created a Foka Shack Attack. Nailed it. A limewood puzzle box and offers it to the Firefrost. It says Foka Shack Attack, okay? It says that. How else would you say that? Anyway, this is a limewood puzzle box. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular cabochons and decorated with lime wood. On the item is an image of Wall Teacher, the Flayed Virtues, the gold battle axe in Highwood. Sounds like a volcanic eruption to me. Sure. I mean, we're kind of doing that right now, so I would say it checks out. I wonder if I just do this. OP, yeah, that's enough. Although this should actually... Oh, no, it's fine. It'll line up. And these all got suspended for one reason or a trillion. But we're getting there. We are, in fact, getting there. The wiki says that means hungry winter. In what language? Dwarvish? The vampire gem cutter and the vampire spinner have been married. This is interesting. I'm seeing more marriages in this fort than I usually do, and I think the reason for it might be vampires tend to, like, hang around in one area because they don't have needs. Like, what starts a dwarf moving to a different zone is they need something. So, like, a dwarf will need alcohol, or they'll need food, so they'll go to the tavern. Or they'll need, like... They'll go do a task, and then they'll go pray somewhere else because they're done with that task. Or they'll go read at the library. So they tend to move from zone to zone and migrate around. I find that these vampires tend to just pick a zone and stick there because unless they pick a task to do, they'll just sit in that one spot forever or for much longer periods. So they tend to socialize longer. So vampire weddings seem to be pretty common here. Dwarvish, gotcha. Well, I said shack, not shark, but fucking shark attack is also pretty funny. It's a very interesting fort. I'm glad it's entertaining. I mean, we'll have to... Well, may not have to, but... It's going to be over pretty soon. I think the next stream will probably be the last stream of this fort. I'll either end up retiring it and then adventuring in this world, or doing something else, because Adventure Mode will be out. bunch of different colors. Maybe I can make this one gold. Or I could do red, green, blue. I wonder. No, I don't really have any blue, but I could make you gold. That's close enough. And that, more or less, once I open this up, and place those, that'll be pretty much this. And also, might as well just engrave the entirety of the top. Can also open this for right now. A vile darkness force has arrived, allegedly. Oh, there they is. Let's just jump up to here and slam this shut. Except do that on priority. Turn on this burrow. Actually, I need to watch this close. You never got around to playing the beta? Adventure mode is going to be out next week, like 6 days from now. Also, Kit Fox went and posted on, I think it was Blue Sky, last night, saying 1 week till adventure mode, and I responded with the song 1 Week by the Bare Naked Ladies. So, you know, it's been. There's 2 goblins here that are trying to kidnap Zulban. They didn't do it successfully. Oh, never mind. Well, crap. I was going to say we have to fight the goblins, but it seems like they're going to be challenging us to our own terms here. They're fighting with my stray giant alligator. And here comes the first soldier. Edzul runs directly towards the spear dwarf, attacking the goblin, but it's jumping away, dodging around it, fighting it with the spears, alongside of their trusty giant alligator. Several dogs fell, however, which is a damn shame. The way is now shut. The goblins were never getting out, but it is a shame. Trusty alligator? Well, it's better than tasty alligator. That alligator is our friend, not food. This will fill up eventually. It's getting there. This goes all the way up to here. So we just got these windows left. The last few bits of copper. Oopsies. I don't know why I decided to do these out of copper, mostly because I have a lot of it, and it seemed fitting. You know what? Actually, instead of doing these, let's do bars. Because then I can just do solid types, and I won't get these weird conflicts where things won't be the right color. So you can be like citrines. You we can leave. And then we'll do vertical bars. Got 2 brass. 2 sterling silver. Let's just do silver. You barely understand 20% of what you're seeing? It's a perfectly normal fortress, except everybody's vampires. So if you think perfectly normal dwarf fortress, but oops, accidentally all vampires, then it's pretty standard in a lot of ways. But if you have questions, feel free to shout, and I will try my bestest to answer them. Basically, I'm building a tower with the top half being made out of copper and other things, and suspending it above a lava puddle. And then the reason all the snow here is thawed is because there's lava underneath it. And this lava is being pumped by these pumps, which is being powered by this axle, which is drawing power from these windmills. It's a good time. And that's just a lot of rocks everywhere. That's just a mess. I'm working on cleaning that up. That's some home renovations that, went south fast. Just make 1,000 more blocks, because apparently I finished making all my blocks, which is suboptimal when you need a lot of blocks. There's also some shoes there that are all forbidden. Random goblin things that are forbidden. I feel bad for my giant alligator, so I'm going to full heal it. You survived, buddy. You deserve to be healed. Can your dwarves go in sunlight? Oh, yeah. Actually, ironically, these dwarves at all have cave adaptation, but because they're vampires, they don't get nauseous, which means cave adaptation has no effect on them. Which is kind of funny, actually. It's like they're immune to cave adaptation because they're vampires. Are all of these dwarves pantsless? Okay, no, they all have leggings or greaves on. That's good. If there is a way to make a door that is 2 tiles wide. No, you have to place two doors next to each other. Yeah, there is no other workaround. The thing is, like, for years, Dwarf Fortress was ASCII, right? So a lot of, like, visuals was just, like, left up to your imagination. So, like, in the ASCII version, a door looked like this. So placing 2 of those little crosses next to one another, was just easy to imagine as big double doors. But now, because we have sprites, some things like that, in order to get implemented and look more the way you'd expect them to, would require some pretty major code changes and rewrites, which we'll probably get eventually. But at least at the current moment, are a ways off, most likely. Vanyogs, it's good to see you, dude. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 27th month. And Billionaire, I was going to raid you, damn it. What's up, man? Thanks for the raid. What's up? Hey, chat. Can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them. Tisk. How was Hammer Watch? Did you have a good time as the Hammered Watch? The thing is, there's about 5,000 more sprites. I just made that number up. There's thousands more sprites than there was back when there was a lot of popular tile sets. So, like, those popular tile sets, a dwarf was a sprite, right? And a dwarf's job was a sprite. It's now significantly more complicated than that. So, those tile sets would have to be completely remade, basically, which is a lot of work, and the general consensus I've heard from artists is, man, that's too much work. But there are people out there doing it. Like, I've started to see tile sets occasionally pop up in screenshots and streams. So somebody is out there making them. That and there isn't workshop support for them. At least right now. So between Steam Workshop not supporting them currently and also them just being a shit ton more work, it's something that you'll start to see eventually, but it's going to take time. It is going to take time. It was very, very nice. It was very nice. Good to know. Good to know. I'm glad that you're enjoying the Heroes of the Hammer Watch. If you guys don't know who Bellinary is, he's a friend of the channel. Streams a variety of indie games and recently finished Caves of Qud. So if you go bug him, maybe he'll go through it again. But Bellinary is a friend of the channel. You should go give him a follow. Can lava power water wheels? No. Lava doesn't flow the same way water does. Yeah, I'll be doing another run after I'm done with adventure mode such and stuff. It'll happen. I'll make it happen. When you feel like putting another 100 hours into it. No, I'm in exactly the same boat. Like I've been binge playing Caves of Qud for the last like, oh god, I don't know, since 2017 or 16 or whenever I bought it the first time. It's like every like 6 months to a year, I'll just feel like playing Caves of Qud, and then oops, I accidentally 60 to 150 hours of Caves of Qud, and then I do it again like the following year. So, and I think I'll just keep doing that forever and ever. Speaking of games, did that game release yet? Hey chat, Cyclopean's out. That game that I was streaming the other day. Just saying. I streamed it twice. I'm 4 hours in. It's pretty damn great. It's also like less than $10 US. It's this thing. In Canadian dollars, it's $12.99. Very much in the impulse buy range. It's a little adventure gamey first-person dungeon crawler with a great theme, and I fucking love the art in it. I think the sprites look beautiful. Very subjective, but I really like the way this thing looks. So, easy recommendation from me. All right. Well, that's still draining. Did I get you completely sectioned off? I did. Meaning I can now... Well, just lock these for now. I say, beautiful. Looks really neat. If you want, like, a link to the dev on Blue Sky, let me know. Bell and I'll, because he has keys. I'm very happy with this addition to the fort. What do you think, chat? I think that this lava feature looks fantastic. I think it looks awesome. Looks ood? Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it does add a nice orange hue. It makes the fortress feel kind of warm, I'm sure. I mean, we've had lava features in the fortress for a while now, but this is maybe on another level even alongside of that. Items have to fall all the way through a volcano to burn, and now I have a fortress that runs at 1 FPS. What'd you do? That... What? Also, SJMOT, SJ Mott, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub? But what did you do that you're trying to, like... Okay, so Back up. You put a bunch of stuff into the volcano. Why is that breaking your frame rate? Because to me, that almost sounds like a dwarf caught fire throwing stuff into the volcano, and then that's hurting your frame rate, but because lava mist is very dangerous, which comes out of volcanoes all the time. Okay, so bridge across lava dump zone, both sides. 300 population colony starts dumping all the bodies into the trash zone. So it wouldn't be... Question, how high above the lava is your trash zone? Because you want it to be at least a couple layers, because lava's going to splash up and set your dwarves on fire, which will wreck your FPS. Outside of that, it's probably pathing, actually. That's hitting the frame rate if I were to bet. Because you've just suddenly triggered like hundreds of pathing jobs. Or jobs that require dwarves seeking something and walking somewhere. Maybe only 3. I think that's what's happening. I can pause and see. If you hit the U button, this button, to pop up the citizen screen and scroll down, if one of them is blinking orange or flickering orange, it means they're on fire. So that's a pretty easy way to tell if somebody's burning. That would be my bet. I'm just trying to make the top of this volcano or puddle look cool. So I'm not really using any of these fruits and vegetables that are growing on top of this side of the map, so... But yeah, if you spot a burning dwarf, that would do it. And also, as far as invaders go, I'm not too worried about the dwarves seeing invaders through this, because currently there is no reason for them to go this high up. But yeah, if we do get invaded and the army comes from up here, yeah, we'll run into that issue. But the army tends to pop up down here, which is probably far enough away that we won't have that problem. Unless they decide to start entering the map from somewhere completely different. Which is possible, I mean. I wouldn't put them past it. The only problem is these pumps are too efficient, so it's filling this fast enough that, like, I'm draining the reservoir faster than I'm filling this. But if I want to be really silly, like really silly, I want to be really silly. Chat, I'm going to be really silly. Yeah, I'm going to be really silly. I'm going to plan this to overflow, is what I'm going to do. Silly is good, losing is fun. True, and facts. No, this isn't a cannon. Essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a drawbridge in here. Fill this all the way up to here, which is probably going to melt these statues, but fill it all the way up to here with the drawbridge there. Or maybe just fill it all the way up to here with the drawbridge there. And then turn on the pump. And it'll overflow this and then flow down here. So when there's armies hanging out here, I can just turn on the pump and open the drawbridge and say, good luck. I could also make it a double stacked one. That'll be easy to do. Or easy enough to do, rather. This particular zoom level, there's like certain particular zoom levels where like just the scaling looks terrible. It's peculiar. Also, I don't know if I'd necessarily give myself the credit of I've thought of everything. I've certainly thought of a lot of things. I've played way too much of this game, so when you've played way too much of a thing, it's easy to just like come up with dumb ideas for projects because you've played too much of it. So I will do 2 layers. I'll do this bottom one and this upper one. They need to go up and around through this first. Say, why you no climb over? You should be able to climb up that. All right. Too many construction jobs, I guess. Forgotten beast named Shesem has come. A great hairy bristleworm. It has an enormous shell and a gaunt appearance. Its hair is patchy. Beware its deadly spit. Those ramps are impassable. You're impassable. It's okay. I'll make do. All right. I mean, probably actually what I'll do is this. Even better. This. I'm also in an ad break, so I should pause. I'll just jump to where the Forgotten Beast is so I don't be silly and forget. So there's that web spitter down here. So we're going to get to watch some Titans fight. How so, Paladin? All right, let's see. Seems a little happy with the rhythm. Post the apocalyptic monster. I think there's an element of whimsy, but I also think it's kind of mysterious more than anything. I don't know if I'd say it's happy sounding, but yeah. I think it works for what it's trying to do. That is, of course, presuming that this creature can get to where it's going. So there is a giant spider on this level. I think is... Nope, not you. Nope, not you. Okay, maybe there isn't. What happened to the giant spider? I mean... It killed that dwarf. What was its name? Akon. Akon! Okay, well, it's not dead. I just can't see it. But yeah, I think maybe we just have two different mental images of what Dwarf Fortress's world is like then. Because to me, Dwarf Fortress is kind of like a grim whimsy. Not so much like an apocalyptic monster ripping its way through the Underdark. More of a strange, mysterious creature that might be friendly, but maybe it's not, kind of thing. What is it? What was it? It's more like an epic tale kind of deal. The sort of thing that you'd hear about in a tavern, and this is the music that would be playing in the tavern while the story is being told, but like I said, I think we probably just have some different ideas of imagination of what the world of Dwarf Fortress is like. I'm just canceling these because they'll just get reassigned. Yeah, I guess there's another... Well, maybe we won't get to see a kaiju battle. I'm not seeing that spoder anywhere. Oh well. All in all, though, this is filling pretty swiftly. Over here is getting constructed nicely. All these jobs got canceled briefly because some fucking polar bear showed up. And get that cleared out pretty easily. Yeah, same. Elfie, same. What is being built? I'm trying to construct an artificial eruption causer, also known as a whoosh device or a drawbridge in front of lava. It can be as cool sounding or as uninteresting sounding as you want it to sound. The Grasley... If anything, I would say the Forgotten Beast music doesn't last long enough. That's my complaint with it. Uh-oh. Another Forgotten Beast has come. This one's a towering quadruped composed of crystal glass. Oh. It has 2 short tails and a bloated body. Beware, it's poison vapor. And it's very far away and I can't get to it. It's stuck on a tree. Oh well, anyway. See, that's what I mean by, like, they don't really strike me as like an apocalyptic creature running through the Underdark because sometimes they're just stuck in a tree. You know? Like, if they were guaranteed to be an unstoppable murder force ripping through the Underdark, then... yeah. But sometimes they're a snowman. That's about as effective as a snowman trying to headbutt you to death. It's like, oh, well, that's kind of adorable. Was this a volcano? No. No, the volcano is over here. This was the volcano. I've tapped the volcano over here, which is what I'm using to fill this reservoir. So this is a reservoir that I'm building, essentially. Come on, you slow-ass vampire. The idiot twin cats interrupted the brushing of my fluffy kitty, and why are creatures behave like this right now? Because you have multiple cats, and cats don't have any semblance of fairness, logic, sanity, or humanity. So, treat them with love and respect as they treat you. Yeah, they say they feel jealousy. They're discovering the emotion of jealousy, okay? It's an emotional journey for them. Although maybe they're not discovering it. Maybe they're all too well aware of it. So once this is all done, and this is done, and this is built, I connect all of these to this lever, and then I can cause eruptions, which is very vampire overlordy and good and evil, if you ask me. And I could add in more eruption shoots too if I wanted. Erupting vampire fort. I think we are graduating from vampire overlords to from vampire overlords to Bond villain, is what is happening at this moment. Spews vampires. I don't know how I feel about that word being used that way, but I'll allow it. If a dwarf is really weak, why? What's it full of? I mean, I've seen dwarves carry a forgotten beast that's 100 times the size of them. So it's very no, I don't think it's impossible for something to be moved in Dwarf Fortress. I think it'll just take the dwarf a very long time, and they might cancel the job a couple times. Like, the dwarf will bitch, moan, and complain and whine, but... Well, they'll bitch, moan, and complain while they're drinking wine. Dwarves are actually ants? No, some forgotten beasts are just real bigums. What's truly adorable is once I saw a dwarven child carrying a giant elephant. It's like, man, you poor soul. Are there still rocks in this game? Why would they have removed them? Yes, rocks are still in the video game. It's been a while since you've seen one. Maybe you're playing in a world or have played with several worlds that don't have many of them. They're pretty uncommon. At least in fort mode. They're very common in adventure mode. Are you telling me that you want to rock? Is that what's happening? Bump da dum, bump da dum, bump da dum. Bow, bow. I want to rock. This just happens to me sometimes. It's called a sickness. Or I've got a sickness that just makes me sometimes randomly burst into Twisted Sister songs. I'm sorry. The song from the SpongeBob movie. The asshole from my Twitch chat. Smile emoji. Wrong. It's, I guess, the correct thing to say. I mean, it is in the Actually, no, it is in the SpongeBob movie. You know. I can't even, like, just call you wrong and move on with my day because it is actually correct. That song is in that movie. It's like when I watched Twister for the first time with my 2 sisters. All right, I've got a ghost I gotta memorialize. And Chad, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. I have a camping trip to prep for. I'm hungry and I didn't prep lunch today. And my goal was to stream for about 5 to 7 hours to make up for the lack of stream time yesterday. I think we've pulled that off. How long am I camping for? 1 night. It's also going to be like minus 20, so I have to go grocery shopping and stuff. To go buy food for tomorrow. So we're going to go raid somebody, at least you're on Twitch. On YouTube, though, unfortunately, I got to shut you down. So Hat for a Cat and other folks in the YouTube chat, I got to shut you guys down now. I do appreciate you sticking around, though. You just had the dumbest idea. I have many of those every day. What was this one that you just has? But for those of you sticking around, the next guaranteed stream is Tuesday. After that is Thursday. I will not be streaming on the Wednesday. You know, if you can find me, a singular giant sperm whale, I will be surprised. Outside of going back and intentionally playing older versions of this game, I've never seen one. But, I mean, you could put one into a aquarium, I think, and I don't think it would kill it. But YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. There are sperm whales. Yes, there's also giant variants of sperm whales in Dwarf. Undead sperm whales don't need to stay underwater and don't like staying underwater and are widely known as one of the most dangerous creatures in Dwarf Fortress. They are terrifying. Anyway, later's YouTubes.